Yo, yo, what's up, everybody? Your boy Manny back with another one. Today we're gonna go do a little bit of pking, get another 10 kill streak, and talk some MMA. Last night we made a good few mil, so I'm gonna do it again. If you're new to the chat, make sure you hit that like button. All right, let's get it. I'm using a similar setup that I was using yesterday. This setup is made for maximum damage. And yeah, we're gonna get some big kills tonight. Also, talk some MMA. Hit that like button. It makes a huge difference. Much love. Ask me some questions about the MMA fights or whatever you guys want, and we're gonna get it rolling. Hit that like button. Here we go. Going for 10 kills in a row again. So let's get it. Here we go. See here. Which fighter in MMA history had the most underrated chin? Someone who took bombs and kept coming, but rarely gets credit for it. Man, there's so many fighters who had great chins in back in the day. I mean, someone who pops up to mind right now. I mean, you got guys like Frankie Edgar. I mean, you got all types of guys. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Just gotta fix some things around. So I mean, you got all types of guys. Man, someone who was taking bombs. I mean, Mark Hunt had a hell of a chin. I feel like people don't really remember Mark Hunt. And it's funny because one day I was on Instagram and then Mark Hunt just like started following me randomly. I was like, damn, that's fucking dope. Mark Hunt was a dude I was watching when I was a kid, you know. Great fighter. But yeah, I would say Mark Hunt definitely had a great chin. Roy Nelson had a hell of a chin. Roy Nelson, I don't think he ever got knocked out that I can remember. You know, I got to go through and look at his record, but off the top of my head right now, I don't remember Roy Nelson getting knocked out. Yeah, I mean, Frankie Edgar, obviously everybody knows Frankie Edgar had a hell of a chin back in the day before the end of his career when he started getting dropped a bunch. You know, but Frankie had a hell of a chin back in the day. His fights with Gray Maynard. I remember in high school watching his fight with Gray Maynard. All right, we got our first fight right here. Let's go. We're going to cook this dude up. All right, and then that'll be 4 kills in a row. This dude, I can tell he's going to try to spec early. So I just got to be aware of that. All right, so that was a bad spec. Should have waited. But I just want to get him on a point where we always got this dude on defense. But yeah, Frankie Edgar back in the day, he had a hell of a chin, you know. But the person who had the best chin, who doesn't get credit for it, I think you got to give that to Mark Hunt. Some of you guys probably don't remember Mark Hunt. He was a big Samoan dude who was a kickboxer who went in and just whooped people's ass. Yeah, he's trying to Invisivenge spec right now, so easiest stuff that you just gotta watch how they're hitting, you know. He's gonna have another spec coming because he has a surge potion. But Mark Hunt, he was a beast back in the day. and so was Roy Nelson. Both guys have a similar body type. Cunt was a tank. Yeah, he's a super tank. You know, those Samoans. Samoans are beasts. You know, you can't fuck around with the Samoans. You know, and he was the Super Samoan, which that is a pretty dope nickname too. Super Samoan, Super Saiyan type thing going on. But last night we were wrecking everybody. Tonight we can continue wrecking everybody. I just need 7 kills, 7 more in a row, and I'm gonna hit the goal of 10 kills in a row. Oh shit, I'm dead. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. You gotta be paying attention in this game. Things can change in the blink of an eye. All right, in a second here, I'm gonna have Spec again, but he's running off. Smart move. Smart move by this dude. Let's see who hits harder, Roundtree or Hill, and who's more likely to survive the other's power. That's a great question. That's a really good question. I think Hill hits harder than Roundtree, because Roundtree doesn't really have, off the top of my head, he doesn't have a bunch of like one punch knockouts, you know, as to where Jamal Hill has a bunch of one punch knockouts. So I think Hill definitely hits harder when it comes, if you're talking like that one punch scenarios, Hill definitely hits harder, in my opinion. But the thing about Roundtree is I think he's just a better striker. You know, overall, like skill for skill, he's a better striker. Defensively, he's a better striker. Offensively, he's a better striker. But if you're talking about just straight power, Jamal Hill definitely hits harder, in my opinion. Hill has gangster powers. Yeah, he has gangster power for sure. Bro just goes out there and just knocks people out. But one thing I'll say, I seen the interview for this fight, and I don't think it's not looking good for him, in my opinion. And the reason I say that is because he's like being extremely, I don't want to say cocky. Being cocky can be good, like you're confident, but it just seems like he is approaching it the wrong way, in my opinion. When you look at like how Khalil Roundtree is approaching the fight, it's just completely night and day difference. You know, we got Kai GL over here. We got Kai GL in the house. So yeah, that's one thing. I watched the pre-fight media day, and I'd say Jamal Hill, his mindset is just off right now. But then again, who am I to say his mindset is off? You know, because he's a world champion and all this shit. But from what I'm seeing, it looks like he's not really looking at it or taking it in the right way. You know, when it comes to the media asking questions and shit like that, he's getting mad at the media because, you know, the media, they're not fighters. Arrogance is not a good thing in the ring. That's a fact. You know, some of my buddies who fight or have fights coming up will be like, hey, I'm fighting this dude, but this guy, he's a bum, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, it's one thing to say that if you're just saying that to hype a fight, but if you really believe that, even if you were fighting a bum, it doesn't serve you to underestimate anybody in a fight, because you're going to perform worse, you know? Like there's always a saying where, like, if you're in a fight that's you thought was going to be easy, and then it's actually a hard fight, that actually takes power from you. because you're like thinking it's gonna be easy, and then oh shit, this dude is actually tough. That's like the bully mentality in a way. Like if someone's getting bullied or someone's bullying somebody, and then the guy fights back and starts whooping the bully's ass, the bully is gonna be like, oh shit, I didn't realize this dude could actually fight, or this dude was actually tough, you know? And then that takes power away from him. So it really doesn't do you any service to actually underestimate your opponent. And that's one of the things of that's one of the rules of war as well. Like you never want to underestimate your opponent. You're always better if you think this dude is going to be a beast. I better be fully prepared to go in here. And that's what I'm seeing with Khalil Roundtree. Khalil Roundtree, he's taking Jamal Hill extremely serious. Jamal Hill is taking him seriously, but he was talking about his fight with Alex Pereira and saying that, you know, Khalil takes a bunch of damage and blah, blah, blah. It's cool to believe that if you believe that, but the way he's going about it, I think is not going to work in his favor. He's like basically kind of downplaying or minimizing Khalil's actual like skills, you know, and that's a foolish mistake. That's something I learned in my fight career. You never want to underestimate anybody in life and in fighting. And what the fuck? Not getting no hits right now. But yeah, last night we had a crazy stream. We were whooping everybody's ass last night. So we're gonna keep it going. We'll keep the streak going. After stream last night, I got a crazy workout in. I'm talking crazy. I was working out so hard, I felt like I was gonna throw up. But that's what I love though. I want to, when I'm hitting the bag, when I'm doing martial arts, when I'm training, I want to get to the point where I'm gonna throw up. That's how I know I'm getting a good ass workout in. I felt great, you know. It's a good feeling when you start to see the six pack coming in, when you're hitting the bag and then you hear that pop, and it's like, damn, that's a lot of power on the bag. Like, that's a good feeling. That's what I love. I love that shit. So that's what I did last night after stream. Went in, got a crazy workout in. And then after the stream tonight, I'm gonna do the same thing. One of these days, I'm gonna stream the actual workout so you guys can see how I like to get down. One second, grab a drink real quick. Is Hill speed too much for Roundtree? Is Hill speed too much for Roundtree? That's a great question. That's a really good question, actually. So I would say Jamal Hill's assets that he has in this fight is he's actually probably a faster fighter, for sure. I would say he probably hits harder. And I would say Jamal Hill has more, or Khalil Roundtree has more skill in the stand-up department, from what I can see. You know, he has more setups and shit like that. I think ultimately, I think speed is important, but I think technique is more important. And like, for example, Alex Pereira isn't the fastest fighter at all. Alex Pereira is nowhere near the fastest fighter, but his skill is so good that he's able to just go in there and just knock people out. So with that being said, skill is more important than having speed. If you have a bunch of speed, but you're not able to set up your opponent, then what's the point? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, is Hill's speed going to be too much for Roundtree? I don't think so. I would say Jamal Hill's probably one of the faster fighters Khalil has fought. For sure, he's definitely probably one of the faster fighters he's fought. But it's gonna be an exciting fight. I can't wait to see the weigh-in. That's what I want to see. I know it's gonna be an intense weigh-in, and I think this fight is gonna be a hell of a fight. I think it's gonna be a really, really chaotic, chaotic fight. All right, here we go. We got a fight. Let's go. We're fighting a dude named Daddy RR. I don't know what the fuck that means, but he's gonna get cooked. Here he is. He's in some new gear. He's probably using an AGS. So this is gonna be an easy fight. We're gonna get this guy out of here quick. I'm gonna try to KO him as fast as possible. Almost. Almost. I just did it a little bit too early. And I risked it as well. He went to hit a 50, almost hit a, my hit points were at 51. He could have easily hit a 70. So, but yeah, so I think when it comes to speed versus power, like for me, if we're talking speed versus power in a martial arts combat scenario, I'd rather have speed, me personally. In this scenario, Jamal Hill has speed and power. Who has the better cardio? Let's see. Does Hill have the reach? Let me see. That's a good question. I would imagine Hill has the reach. I meant to look that up. I'd imagine Hill has the reach. But reach is overrated. Reach is definitely overrated. Like, unless you're able to really use that reach, it doesn't matter, There's so many fighters who have long reaches who aren't really able to utilize it, There was a dude who fought recently at 205. This dude had an 80-something inch reach, and you guys might remember this if you watched the UFC prelims for, I believe it was for a pay-per-view. But yeah, so Damon, you'll remember this probably. You remember when Josh Van fought that fight card? There was a Russian dude who fought, and he fought a tall, I want to say he was maybe Brazilian or something like that. And that dude he fought had a really long reach, like an 80-something inch reach. And bro went in there and just knocked him out with the overhand. So with reach, for me, reach is cool and all, but it's not the end all be all by any stretch of the imagination, in my opinion. See that? We had to fake him out right there. See that? And now he doesn't have a chance. Stefan Struve. No, not Stefan Struve. The fight that just happened recently. Stefan Struve, of course, is a hell of a fighter. But Stefan Struve is also, that also kind of brings up my point, because Struve had a really long reach, but I don't believe he had like a super long reach for how tall he was in comparison to other fighters. But no, the fights that just happened, there was a dude who fought on there, Russian dude, bald dude, older guy. He went in there, he hit the dude with an overhand left. Overhand left, yeah. And he knocked him out. So for me, in my opinion, I don't believe reach is like all that. It's cool, but if you don't know how to use your reach, it's not going to make a big difference. So Jamal Hill, I can see Khalil Roundtree going in there and hit him with like an overhand. We're whooping this dude's ass right now with the whip. After this one, I'm going to switch up the style on this dude. I'm going to grab a Noctis Halberd. Here we go. Yeah, after this one, I'm going to switch it up. Noctis Halberd instead of the whip. right, here we go. I think Roundtree has a 100-inch reach anyway. Deceptive. Yeah. Roundtree doesn't look like he has like a super long reach to me. I haven't seen him in person, but yeah, he doesn't look like he has like a really long reach to me, you know? But regardless, you can have a small reach. It's all about how you fight. So Roundtree fights like a long fighter. Like when he fought Alex Pereira, the way he approached that fight, he threw a lot of jabs, he threw a lot of hooks, he threw the teeth kicks, you know, so those things make it to where his reach will be longer. And Jamal Hill, I don't remember Jamal Hill ever once throwing a teeth kick. I don't remember Jamal Hill really ever throwing like a head kick. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, like Jamal Hill could have a longer reach, but since he doesn't really throw shots that will give him more of a reach or allow him to utilize his reach better. Oh, we got him. Oh, he got lucky right there. So since he doesn't really throw shots that will help him utilize his reach. Got him. All right, so we just need what? 4, 6 more kills. So yeah, that's my thing about reach. I mean, like, for example, look at Marab, right? Marab doesn't have a big reach. Sean O'Malley has a much bigger reach than Marab, but his reach didn't help him in that fight at all. Right? In either one. Hit that like button, guys. Yeah, had a good day today. You know, started the day off with a good workout, brutal workout, and that can kind of sets my day up for the rest of the day to have a good day. When I don't go in and get that workout, I really do feel it. You know, like if I go an extended time without working out, I don't feel the best. Oh, Khalil has a 79-inch reach. Jamal has a 76-inch reach. Oh, really? I would have never guessed that because I believe Khalil is shorter than Jamal, right? So yeah, that's an interesting stat. But yeah, you know, my day doesn't feel complete unless I get a hard workout in. Like I noticed that when I get that hard workout in, I feel like I earned to sleep that day, you know, or I earned a meal that day, you know. And I think nowadays we have too much access to food and shit like that, so we aren't really earning the right to eat, you know, which might sound crazy to some of you guys, but nah, like it feels good to, like, if I go work out for 3 hours straight hard, and then I get to reward myself. Okay, now I get to eat, you know, a little nice meal. That feels good to me. So we got this guy right here, Tornado Tots. I'm just gonna ignore this dude. You know, it puts both of their heights at 6'1". That's gotta be like, yeah. I mean, people lie about their height all the time in fighting. It's so easy to lie about your height or lie about your reach in fighting. Oh, he's skulled. All you got to do is literally just say, "Hey, I'm 6'10". You know, no one's gonna be like, "Hey, no, you're not." You know, they're not really gonna go check it. So people lie about that shit all the fucking time. So yeah, I doubt Khalil is probably 6 foot, but easily either one of them. Like, for example, some guys lie about their height. Like Alex Pereira, I don't think he's lying necessarily, but Alex Pereira is either Alex Pereira is taller than he says he is, or Tyson Fury is shorter than he says he is. One of the two. Because if you look at Tyson Fury standing next to Alex Pereira, Tyson Fury claims to be 6'9". Alex Pereira is supposedly 6'5". And they're the same height. They're quite literally the same height. So people lie all the time in fighting about their height. They lie about the reach. They lie about everything. Because it's all about getting that psychological edge over your opponent. So if you can like get in someone's head before the fight and make them think that like, oh shit, I'm about to fight a monster. This guy's 6'6", like he's a fucking beast. Like, you know, some guys will break from that. A lot of guys won't, but some guys will. So that's a common thing. So for you guys who just turned in, hit that like button. We're right here. We're gonna get a few more kills. We need 6 more kills. Get on 10 kill streak. We got 10 people in the chat right now. So that's like if I just murked 10 people in the chat. We're going crazy right now. Here we go. Last night we were destroying everybody. So we're gonna keep it going. I don't know what this dude is doing right here. This guy has a green skull, and he thinks we're gonna skull up on him. This guy's an idiot. So for you guys who don't know the mechanics of the game, like a green skull means you're risking, let's say something like 1 mil, right? We have a red skull, I'm risking about 20 mil. So this guy is a clown, absolute clown. Here we go. Yeah, so my day I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I had a pretty good day today. Started the day off right, working out hard, throwing kicks, getting more flexible. And as I've been getting more flexible so I could throw more kicks, oh, look at this fucking guy. Fuck. I'm going to try to spec him out quickly. 8 people like this. Hold on, I got to lock in for a second. Look at this dude. Look at him run like a little bitch. Almost got him out of there. Almost got his dumb ass out of here. Now I'm going to keep fighting this dude. I'm not going to let him run, though. That's the key when you fight people like this. You cannot let them run away. Fucking clown. Straight up clown. So, yeah. What I realized in my training to get better at kicks and get more, you know, explosive kicks, hit that like button, was, you know, a lot of people I train, and then he skips me like a bitch. Of course, he runs up with ridiculous. So a lot of people I train, and for the longest of my whole life, I was like, damn, I want to be able to do a middle split. You know, I want to be like John Cobb Van Damme. I want to do some crazy shit with the kicks. Like, what do I have to do that? How do I do that, right? And I always thought, like, damn, maybe being super flexible in the hips like that, maybe it's just not possible for me. Right? But no, we all have human bodies, and we all can become like super flexible or super strong or whatever. So I started studying it and figuring out, oh, we got this guy, Mr. Specs, 2 Specs. I started figuring out that for most people, their hips will never be, oh, that was crazy. Almost got him out of there. Their hips will never be as flexible as they could be simply because their hips aren't strong enough. So your body won't even allow you to be flexible in the hips. Your body won't allow you to be flexible. I got to lock in for a second because this is actually a tough fight. Your body won't allow you to be flexible in the hips because it's trying to protect your hip joint. So if you're trying to get more flexibility in the hips, you have to build up all these small stabilizer muscles. Capoeira. Yeah, capoeira, exactly. You have to build up all these small stabilizer muscles that are in the hips. You know, to be able to do all that capoeira shit, like you need strong hip flexors. All these little muscles. Doesn't matter how much weights you lift. Doesn't matter if you're really strong in your upper body. Unless you train those little hip flexor muscles and those stabilizer muscles, like you're never gonna get flexible. And that's what I learned. So sometimes I'll take, these Pilates classes, and a lot of people think, oh, it's like a woman thing, but nah, actually it's actually pretty hard. It's actually, if you do it, actually makes you like a better athlete. So that's been my hit that like button. That's been my little journey, you could say, because I've done all different types of workouts. I've done weights, martial arts, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, wrestling, all types of workouts. And this, what I'm working on right now, is for me, it's groundbreaking stuff. I've always wanted to be more flexible in my hips, and now I've been figuring it out. So this dude's using claws as well. It's a dangerous matchup. But the plus side of what I got going on right now is anytime this guy hits me, he's gonna take damage. So yeah, that's something for me that's been major. Getting stronger hips. And now, as I've noticed that my hips have been getting stronger, weird shit has been happening. Like now I'm hitting way harder. Like you would never think, or at least I would never think, maybe some of you guys in the chat are smart as fuck, but I would never think that, oh, if I make my little muscles in my hips stronger, it would make me hit way harder. Way harder. But it is. Let's see. I used to sit on the bed and rub each foot for half an hour. And rub each foot for half an hour. It fixed my hip and back problems. Yeah, exactly. Like so many people have hip problems, back problems, and they want to fix it, but they don't know how, And I think a big part of it is just a lot of people have weak hips. And yeah, it doesn't look cool being the dude in the gym with the booty band and doing, the booty workouts. But, if you're trying to be a badass, if you're trying to hit hard, trying to get knockout power, sometimes you got to do simple hip flexes. Sometimes you got to do the goofy shit to hit the goal, Here we go. All right, here we go. Got another fight. Hit that like button. You guys know what it is. We're about to get that 10 kill streak soon. We just need a few more kills. This time I'm going to get this guy up out of here. So let me lock in for a second. I know he's not using claws now because he has a Rancor on. So it should be easier to get him out of here. I'm going to risk it. Ooh. Damn, man, I misclicked. Almost died right there. Yeah, I'm getting lucky today. Wow. Got that look doofy, hit like a soldier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But let's take it left for a moment. Let's take it completely left. I want to know what you guys think about this. All right. Israel, Iran, right? What do you guys think? Should we be involved? Which some of you guys are from the UK in the chat, but you guys think we should be involved in that war? Me personally, I think it doesn't really make sense for America to go over there. You know, every war is in our war. So what the fuck? Like, why are we constantly going to war? And almost died right there. I know a few Iranian people, and they're all good people, like solid people. I've actually never met like a dickhead Iranian person. I've met dickheads from every single creed. I've met dickhead black people, met dickhead white people, dickhead Irish, dickhead, Mexican, you name it, right? Asian, you name it. But I've actually never met a dickhead Iranian person. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's me just being like, but actually I haven't. So for me, I like people from that region, and I don't think we should be getting into no fucking wars over there. But that's just my 2 cents. What the fuck do I know? I'm just a fighter dude who fucking plays RuneScape sometimes. So don't take my word for it, but I want to hear your guys' take. Here we go. I'm about to get this dude up out of here. Yup, we got him. Damn, he got lucky as hell. Boy got super lucky right there. What's goody? Saw your stream earlier. Let's go gambling, boy. Yeah, hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Unless you want to lose all your money. Because I just be getting lucky, I be getting lucky sometimes. So, if you want to lose all your money, what's that? What's that? I've never seen that emoji before. Loading emoji. Imagine, like, for the people who play this game, you imagine having, I seen a video the other day. This dude had 10 trillion or 1 trillion. Yeah, 1 trillion GP on this game from gambling on this game. Like, could you imagine having that much GP? 1 trillion. That's fucking insane. And then the dude, I heard he quit. I forget his name, but he like got banned and quit. He probably still plays because you don't ever really quit RuneScape, but imagine that. That's fucked up. I mean, I think in this game, he skipped. We whooped his ass so bad he skipped. In this game, I think even if you're just legit really good at the game and you make too much money on the game, they're probably going to ban your account. Even though that's not against the rules. I'm just thinking like Jagex probably wouldn't allow someone to have 1 trillion GP, right? Because that's $1 million in real life money. So I don't know. I mean, if I wonder if the people who work at the company actually like make money on the game like that. You know what I'm saying? It's probably like super against the rules, but I wouldn't doubt it, Let's go. All right, so we just need 4 more kills to get the 10 kill streak. With these claws, they've been ripping through everybody. Been on stream for about 30 minutes. We need 6 more kills. Hey, but you guys see, gold is about 225 for a bill. So 1 trill would be like 25K RIRL. I don't think that's true. I just seen a video like yesterday. I seen a video yesterday. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was like 15 trill or something. But I'm pretty sure it was 1 trill. And on the video, it specifically said, "Oh, we got to fight." It specifically said this dude, and it did it based off of bonds, right? So how much are bonds on the game? It said something like bonds are, I think, $8 or something like that. So this dude had a trill, and it did the math. It said, hold on, one second. I gotta lock in for a second. Look at this. Look at this dude. He's gonna run like a little bitch now. Ooh, that was a nasty spec. That was crazy. Almost got him out of here. Yeah, and bond price, that makes sense. Let me see. I think that last Iran would not build a nuke. From what I understand, that's an active war. Israel or allies. Israel has all they need from us, from the U.S. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is crazy. Apparently they've been trying to build a nuke since for the last 30 years, But I don't really like how, we were in the Iraq war because of the same thing, right? And now apparently they got a nuke, or they're working on one. So, we got to go to war. Like, fuck out of here, I don't feel like fucking going to war for that dumb shit, But that's my 2 cents. Yeah, the bond price would make sense. Our problem is that we already have 32,000 troops in the area. So what's happening is making them a target. Yeah, that's 1,000% a fact. And I think a lot of Americans also are a little bit arrogant in the way that we think that we're the top shit. Like, I love America, don't get me wrong, but like, we went to Iraq, right? You would think with all of our guns and everything we have, we should be able to just whoop everyone's ass over there, right? But somehow it was a fucking 20-year war. Same thing with the Vietnam shit, right? Damn, that was the easiest fight ever. Destroyed that dude. He probably lagged out or something. That was crazy easy. Now we just need a few more kills. We just need 5 more kills. So hit that like button, everybody. 17 people in the chat. We're about to make a build tonight. We're gonna make 1 build tonight. But yeah, so bringing it back to the trillion dollar talk, or trillion GP talk. Yeah, I mean, 1 trill, there's no way that could be $25,000, because what's in Oda Block doesn't have a trill, and I believe his bank is worth something like close to, it's like in the $100,000s of dollars, and he doesn't have a trill. So there's no way a trill is $25,000. But I think that we should make a movement and make JagX, make real war trade legal, right? Can you imagine if, like, because this is an adult game at this point, at this stage in the game in 2025, this is an adult game. Hood Gary and eBay got 1 bill for 250 max. Yeah, I don't know about that, because there's no way, because Oda Block's bank is a few hundred bill, and people have done breakdowns on it and said it's worth more than $100,000. It's definitely worth more than $100,000. We're trying to give the citizens the power in both situations, Vietnam and Iraq. If we wanted to conquer their lands, it would be brutal. I disagree, because I did a project in high school on the Vietnam War. We're fighting Tag and Hole. I call him Glory Hole, but this dude, it'll be a good fight, so I gotta lock in for this fight. Oh shit, he's risking bank. Oh shit! Oh, I gotta lock in for this fight. Yeah, I'm about to lock in right now. Hold on, he's risking like a good over 100 mil. Let's go. Yeah, all right. But yeah, now the Vietnam War. I did a project in high school about that, and the reason that we didn't win, was because of the guerrilla warfare tactics they used. You know, they had the tunnels they were hiding in. They did a lot of shit in that war. But you would think, with all of our weapons and everything that we have over here in America, and our military has, we should be able to just whoop their ass. Same thing with the Iraq war. We were there for 20 years. We weren't giving their citizens uh you know leeway to like kill our people, and you know what I'm saying? And then the way we exited that war. So if we could have won, I think we would have won. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got to lock in on this fight. And we definitely didn't give the people in Vietnam leeway to because that was a crazy war, man. I did a project in high school about that. Fuck. All right, he got us, but hey, he was risking quite a bit, so you know, good on him. I will respect that one. He got that, so we lost the kill, but and we almost got him out of there. It wasn't something to win. I mean, if it wasn't something to win, we wouldn't have went there in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And if it wasn't something to win, we wouldn't have stayed there for 20 years in Iraq. You know, like we clearly went there to win. We clearly went there for an objective, and the objective didn't go through. That's why we were there for 20 years. Same thing with Vietnam. We went there for an objective, and we were trying to impart democracy in both instances. Yeah, and I don't agree with that either. And I mean, that's what they say, but I don't believe that, because also, like, let's say, Damon, you want to live your life one way. I want to live my life one way. And I'm like, no, you have to live this way. Because the people over there, I don't know that they want democracy. I don't know what they want, and I don't even know if democracy is even the way to go, because even here in America, we don't have a democracy. We have a republic. So I don't know. I think it's a cop out. But I do think we underestimate, people's abilities in these wars. And just based on the Vietnam War and the Iraq War, but hey, I think we should stop going over there and messing around in the Middle East. Like, it makes no sense for us. We got people over here who are broke. We got people over here who are in California who are homeless and shit. We got people last year in LA robbing people in broad daylight, taking their watches and shit. Like, they need to fix that shit before anything, before they're over here getting involved with. And other people, I'm not saying that Iran should have nukes, but I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with us, right? Because North Korea has nukes, right? We're not the only people with nukes. Israel has nukes. Allegedly, North Korea has nukes. So I just don't really see. And if they have nukes, I don't even think they can even reach over here to America, can they? Bro, back. Phil flexing. You know what it is. We're back, baby. I didn't say it's right, but that's the history. I don't think we should be in Russia or the Middle East. I agree 1,000%. It makes no sense. Like, we should be trying to make America the best it can possibly be. So we died once, we died the glory hole. But he was risking a good amount. If I would have killed him on stream, that would have been crazy. That would have been a crazy kill, which I've KO'd that dude many times. All right, we got another kill. We got an easy kill right here. I'm gonna kill this dude fast. Here we go. Here we go. But yeah, so that's my take on that whole shit. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. See, I'm gonna be here every day, not gonna lie. So much to learn since I've been gone. Yeah, you know what I was thinking as well, like maybe one of these days we'll do some quests. I hate questing, but since I'm on here with you guys, I might do some quests. This guy says, "Sup, idiot." Hey, we're gonna fuck this dude up later. Back to donate. He says, "Back to donate, dumbass." We're gonna destroy this kid on stream, and I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna clip the shit out of this stream. Oh shit, we're gonna die here. Gotta zone in for a second. Yeah, so see, back to donate is crazy. I mean, this dude is a goofball. I've killed him so many times. I can't wait. I can't wait to whoop this dude's ass. And he's trash as well. He just fights the same way. Watch, when we fight, all he's gonna do is spam a Vesta longsword and try to venge combo. That's all he's gonna do. Bro is trash. You know, super trash. Like, he doesn't know how to play. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, but yeah, one of these days I might even start doing some quests. I got a bunch of quests I gotta do still. I hate questing, but we got 92 done. There's 170. So, and a few of these quests actually give bonuses to where you can be better at PvP. So I'll probably end up doing them at some point. But I seen this movie the other day. It was called Honora. Have you guys ever seen a movie, Honora? I'll wait for you guys to answer. You seen that movie or not? Nah? The movie Honora. About some stripper. Spoiler alert. I mean, yeah, it was like crazy. It was like it was like a million sex scenes in the movie. Shit was wild. Never seen it, Brody. Yeah, shit was wild. It was literally like, I mean, it was cool. It was cool and all. You know what I mean? I wish the chicks were hotter in the movie, but overall, it was a cool movie. It was like some feminist propaganda. It was some feminist propaganda, but it was a cool movie. I'll put it like that. Here we go. Let's get this fight. Let's get this fight going. And that's another thing made me realize, like, when I seen that movie, the reason it was a good movie for the most part, even though it was some feminist bullshit, was because at least it was an original movie. So many of these movies nowadays are just like remakes. Like there's no more like unique movies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a movie guy. I love movies. So when I was growing up, I watched all the old school stuff, like Robert De Niro, the movie Taxi Driver. I love that movie. That was a unique film. You know, nowadays, every single movie is a remake. They're not making stuff like Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. I hear Snow White finally found the audience. It's not what I heard. I heard that movie was trash. I heard that movie was super trash. I heard that chick, Rachel Zegler, is a dumbass. That's what I heard. But yeah, like, no one wants to hear no one wants to hear your feminist bullshit. Like, if people are trying to watch Snow White, We're not trying to hear you talk about, whatever the fuck she's talking about. Like, that chick is super annoying. I guess Poland liked it. Yeah, Poland. I mean, Poland is a whole different world. I've never been to Poland. I'm surprised they would like it, to be honest. But they probably just like shit that's American. Regardless, even if they liked it, I'm sure they lost mad money on that movie. And her career in Hollywood's probably over with. Always wanted a whip on RuneScape. That's like the bare minimum, bro. A whip. Nowadays, the whip, they even upgraded the whip. This is called the tentacle whip. It's a stronger version of the whip. So a lot of the old school classic weapons have been upgraded to be better. But not a lot of them, a few of them have. So like the whip got upgraded to be better. The Sarah Dominion got sword, the regular one got updated to be better. There's a couple other things that have been updated as well. Or like they have upgrades. You can upgrade them. I think the next thing they should upgrade is the Dragon Dagger. Because me personally, I think the Dragon Dagger is the best weapon on the game. This guy wants us to give him a free kill. Yeah, no, the DDS is the best weapon in the game, in my opinion. The DDS is the only weapon that can hit, I believe it can hit 52 if everything is like, if everything is correct. So the DDS actually is the best weapon. Like if you have all the right gear and you hit a 50-50, no one's surviving that. Or 52-52, you're not surviving that. This guy is wants a free fight. So yeah. Kind of like the G-Maul. The G-Maul got upgraded as well. You can put an ornate handle on it, and then you get 2 specs instead of 1. But the G-Maul is actually, the DDS and the G-Maul are 2 best weapons in the game, in my opinion. The G-Maul, because maybe later I'll use it a bit, because it is a good weapon. But the fact that it hits instantly, you can really like just spec people out. Now, my parents both speak 6 languages. My mom speaks English, French, Eve, couple other languages, but she speaks about 6 languages. My dad, he speaks, it's about the same. Everybody, for the most part, over there in Africa, speaks multiple languages. Because minimum, you got to speak French. I'm gonna go for it. You got to speak French and you got to speak. Got him. So yeah, I mean, for the most part, depending where you're at in Africa, you're gonna have to be able to speak French and you're gonna have to be able to speak English. Depending which part of Africa you live in. But yeah, my parents are pretty smart. Like someone like for example, heard something about the Ballista Mall. Yeah, the Ballista Mall is a good combo. Like, for example, someone like Francis Ngannou, right? Francis Ngannou speaks multiple languages as well. So everybody over there in Africa, I mean, Africa is a huge continent, but I bet you understand whatever they are saying, yelling at you. Yeah, I understand everything. Like I speak French and Eve as well. My French is rusty, but like if you say something in French, I'm gonna understand it. If you say something in Eve, I'm gonna understand it. Speaking it, I can speak it, but it's like one of those things where in my day-to-day life, I'm usually speaking English, you know? So, like, for example, if I'm talking to my family, maybe they'll say something in French or Eve, and I'll just be like, yeah, okay, I understand. And I'll just respond in English, you know? But if you drop me off in Africa and Togo, you know, I'll be within a week, I'll be speaking it, you know? I always envy people that know multiple languages. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where growing up, I was like, damn, why are my parents, why are they speaking all these languages? And, you know, damn, why can't I just be just American? Like, why do I gotta blah blah blah? But actually, no, it is actually dope being able to speak multiple languages. You know what I'm saying? Or being able to understand multiple languages. Most people can't. So, man, here we go. This fucking guy again. See that? See that dude? Then he runs like a bitch. We almost got him out of there, and then he ran like a little bitch. You guys seen that? And then he came back for more. He came back for seconds. So now we got it. I think that dude is stream sniping. He's a dude watching the stream, and then he's gonna basically stalk me on the stream while we're streaming and try to get a kill. So we always gotta watch out for dudes like that. He tried to snake you. Yeah, fucking goofball. He almost got cooked as well. And if we kill that dude, he's risking more than I'm risking. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for that dude. I'm gonna put my super energy potion on so I can always run. And some of these dudes will like try to tag team you and shit. Like they'll be like, oh, he's on, so here, come here. You attack him, and then I'll attack him afterwards since he's my target. That's what I think this dude is doing. I think they might be teamed up. I kind of understand Spanish. That's because my dad's Puerto Rican. I went to Puerto Rico a few years ago. Went to Dorado and I went to San Juan. I love Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, I had fucking great food out there. Oh, we got a big fight right here. I had great food out there. Oh, chickpea. I had great food out there. I had some plantains. The people were cool. I chilled on the beach out there. It was beautiful. Damn, we got him. Got him out of there. Destroyed him. Destroyed him. How much money was that? 11 mil. Latina women are so fine. Yeah. That's hilarious. Bonita. I like Filipino women. Actually, I like all women, but Filipino women are pretty hot. So now we just need 4 more kills. And these claws are hitting right now like crazy. Boom, 11 mil right there. Easy work. One place I want to go is Brazil. I've never been to Brazil. I feel like go out there, get some good training, you know, hit the beach, hang out, eat some acai bowls. You know, I love acai. If some of you guys never had acai before, which is wild to me. Brazilian women, oh my God. I like Russian women's snark. I like Russian women's snark. Yeah, matter of fact, you guys know I do security sometimes. And so one day I was doing security, and this person was either Russian or Ukrainian. I don't know, right? It's the same shit to me. But I was like, it was a woman. I was like, oh, I hear your accent. Are you Russian? I think she was Ukrainian. It was like her and like a couple Ukrainian people, and they like looked at me like I was like, man, fuck out of here. I don't know what the fuck you're speaking. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they get really offended if someone's Ukrainian and you call them Russian. Yeah, they take it very seriously. They get extremely pissed off. So that's funny to me. But yeah, I gotta go to Brazil. I want to go to Rio one day. Hit the beach. Hit the beach. Let's see if Switzerland will fight. He fought us yesterday. He's pretty good. So he's probably gonna risk a good amount. I think we got him out of there yesterday. We just need a few more kills. 4 more kills. Probably get him pretty quickly. Yeah. So where did you go? Where did your loot go for that kill? So it doesn't go inside of your inventory no more. So when I kill this next guy, you'll see you get a loot key, which is one of the better updates that they did to the game. So back in the day, when you kill somebody, you have to pick up all their shit off the ground. And the problem with that is, like, let's say you have to fight multiple people. You're gonna not be able to eat because you have all this loot in your shit. So now what they do is you get a kill on somebody, you get a loot key. It has all their loot in it. So it only takes 1 spot in your inventory. Remember, you guys just see my emblem right here. It only takes 1 spot out of your inventory. So when I got the key, there's like these treasure chests. You open the treasure chest with the key, and then all the loot is in there, and then you bank it. Wait, that's one of the better updates they've done to the game. They've done a lot more practical shit to the game. See, I get all right, we gotta fight. I get all the Antarctic women can handle. Oh, he tried to get us out of there quick before we can even register what's going on. He tried to get us out of there, but that's not gonna work. This is a horrible matchup for him because he's using Soul Reaper. All right, watch it. So Phil, this is the Soul Reaper. This is a weapon. I think I used it a little bit yesterday. Which it's a dangerous weapon because every time you use it, at least for the first few hits, you take damage, but also it can heal you. So it's an interesting weapon. It's one that this dude, I think he's using a light bear. Listening. Oh, healing is good. So yeah, it's an interesting weapon. See, like when he gets those little purple spots on him, that's him healing for 8 damage, which it hits you for 8 damage every time you use it. For the first 5 hits. Yeah, he's using a light bear. So yeah, Phil, you see these crates? I don't have any more crates, but these crates I use, that's also a new thing in the game. Oh shit. All right, so best way to get this guy out of here, I think what the way I'm using the style I'm using right now is a pretty solid way to get him out of there. So I'm gonna continue using this style. I just have to make sure that I set up my attacks correctly and use them at the right time. But yeah, claws are like, I think, some of the best weapons. Crates or extra storage spots, basically. Yeah, exactly. Hit that like button. We got 18 people in the chat. Yeah, crates are basically storage. Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try to kill him fast. 21 people in the chat. Hit that like button. I'm gonna get this guy out of here quick. Shit, I'm gonna die. And we only need 4 more kills to get our kill streak. All right, we got him. Nah, horrible hit. Horrible hit. Hit that like button though. Here we go. Yeah, gotta lock in for this dude. Yesterday when we fought him, he was going pretty crazy. So, but we ended up killing him eventually. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. Ooh, damn, we got lucky right there. Got real lucky right there. Hit that like button. It's a good ass fight. But in the long run, if he stays, I'm gonna win. Because every time he hits me, you know, he's taking damage. So in this fight, he's not gonna be able to survive. He's gonna have to run. And I still have a crate left. Yep. Here we go. So now I'm not even gonna eat. I'm just gonna keep hitting him. I'm gonna eat once because he's at yeah. I might switch up the style and use a god sword. I'm gonna switch it up this time. I use an ancient god sword. So this is new too, Phil, right here. This is one that you haven't seen before. This is the ancient god sword. So in the original game, they have a god sword. I think it's called damn, I forget what it's called right now. But this is basically the version of that god sword from the original game that deals with that works within the mechanics of this game, essentially. Like, you know, they got the boss called Nex in old school or in the original RuneScape. Nah, this is the ancient. Yeah, it's an AGS, but it's a different AGS. Ancient god sword. Damn, he's doing damage to me right now. And one thing about this weapon is it hits 25 and it heals you if they stay in the same spot. So if you're able to combo somebody out with it back to back, it's a great weapon. Let's see if he runs. I'm gonna grab my Soul Reaper as well. Let's see who's better with the Soul Reaper. You know what? Now I'm gonna use a Sarah God sword. Nah, I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper with the AGS. And this time I'm using the Armadale God Sword, not the ancient God Sword. Hold on, I gotta lock in for a second. And you know, one thing about this setup as well is like he's not going to be able to survive with me here. Yeah, smart move on his part, because just the sheer amount of damage I'm able to do, there's no way that he can survive. But he is really good though. Just the simple fact that he's been able to see. Bro, are you playing on a potato or PC or what? Yeah. Nah, I'm playing on a potato. I keep that potato on me, brother. You know what it is. Now I'm playing on a Mac. So, like, for example, you know, I don't even use F keys. I have my my gaming computer, but it's on the fritz right now. So I just been using the Mac. So my switches would be even faster. It's 2007 skate, but 2007 skate is a lot different nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It's actually pretty legit, like lot of legit gamers are on here. And you know, it's way different now because you know, people use F keys nowadays. Back in the day, you couldn't use F keys on old school RuneScape. Let me see. I gotta lock in for a moment here. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's get him out of here. Too slow, but damn it. Hey, if you guys got any tips, let me know as well. No, it's the fake RS server. 07, there's a fake 07 server. Now, this is the official old school RuneScape server. Damn, this is a crazy fucking fight. Have you guys seen this shit? It's a crazy fucking match. He keeps running though. He keeps running like a bitch though. That's the only thing. But he's legit. I mean, smart move for him to run out of there because he was gonna get murked. You know what I'm gonna do? Bro, did you buy your Inferno? Nah, I'm one of the best in the game with Inferno. I streamed myself getting the Inferno. So it's funny because people say, show my stats, boom. People can do the Inferno with 70 range. Do you guys know that? You guys understand that? So, nah. You realize, like, people who I PK with all the time, like, hey, did you buy your Inferno? Nah, bro. Like, you know, there's people who literally do the Inferno. If, let's say hypothetically, I did buy it, right? You realize someone would have to be able to do it with 83 range, right? So clearly you can do the Inferno with 83 range. That's this cape I'm wearing. Yeah, you used to have the fire cape. Now this is the Inferno cape. It's like the best, one of the best capes in the game. It's pretty tough to get, because you have to fight multiple jads and all this shit. But it's just like doing the regular fire cape. You do it a few times, you keep doing it, eventually you figure it out. So for me, I have 83 range. At any moment, I could get 99 range. I don't care to get 99 range. I could get any 99 any moment. For me, I only pay the PK. I've done all the shit. I've had all the max accounts. I've had 1 million accounts on this game. I know how to play this game pretty well. So when you see my stats, and you're like, hey, you have 500. Like, why would I give a fuck about playing Hunter? You know what I'm saying? Why in the fuck would I? Hold on, let's go back to my stats. Hey, oh shit, I gotta get a special weapon. Hold on. Hey, you have 27 Slayer. You're not good. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Why would I give a fuck about Slayer? Hey, you only have 10. You only have 10 farming. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about farming. I'm here to fuck people up. That's why I'm here. So I always find it funny, you know, people I PK with or other opponents, like, you guys can see me PK and you think I can't do the Inferno, or you're out of your fucking mind. So yeah, I understand unnecessary waste of time. Yeah, like at the end of the day, I'm playing for fun. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing the game, so I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want on the game. You know what I'm saying? If I want to quest, I'm not gonna quest. I specifically play for pking, and I play to be ranked like eventually in the top 10 or number 1 in Bounty Hunter, whether it's Rogue or it's an actual regular Bounty Hunter. So that's why I play. But nah, Inferno is not some impossible thing. They be nerds. Yeah, exactly. It's just funny because one thing about this game, the people on this game are like, the nerds will be like, oh, you know what people say? I bought my this armor I'm wearing, which you have to have points to get it. Yeah, so you have to have a lot of bounty hunter kills. Like I have damn near all the bounty hunter like modded gear that you have to have a lot of points for. They'll be like, no, I know you boosted it. Meanwhile, you can clearly see me PK and get the points. Like last night, we did a 10 kill streak, no problem, easily. Right? Haven't been on stream for an hour, or I guess we've been on for almost an hour now. And I'm already at 6 kills in a row. So, I mean, I would say pking is harder than Inferno. Let's see, I gotta be zoned in here. So you see, like every time I get hit with 8. So that's the thing about this weapon. I had to be careful when I first start using this weapon. But one thing that's cool about it is you get a special attack. So I have 2 special attacks. And every time it hits, you get more stronger, basically. So for 5 hits. But it seems like the claws are actually the best. See what I'm saying? Like a lot of times when you use this weapon, it just really doesn't hit. Like it just really doesn't do it. You know? It can, like it can do massive damage, but it seems that the whip and the claws are the best option. If you're trying to get a 10 kill streak quick, that's the best option, whip and claws. Because this dude's using the alt darts, and that's a new weapon as well, Phil. These little darts he's using. So these darts, they're basically range weapons, but they're also kind of melee weapons in a weird way. It's a different thing. So they're doing cool shit to the game. They are updating the game and doing new shit, you know, in different ways that they haven't done before. Here we go. I remember dragon darts. Yeah, no, these are alt darts at ladles. So if you ever go on YouTube and you type in at ladle, you'll see people using them in real life. The reason claws work so good is because, like, for people like this who his whole thing is based off of speed, since claws are like faster than pretty much every weapon, it makes it to where he can never get the moment to like basically sit back. Shit, I'm about to die. It makes it to where he can never get a moment to like sit back and set up his attack. If he lives this time, and I'm gonna switch it up, I'm gonna bring out the Noxus Halberd. And the weapon he's using as well is also new. That's Abyssal Dagger. He looks like a peer. Yeah, now he's not a peer. He's level 125. He's just dressed like a noob because he's hybriding range and melee, but he's risking a decent amount. So in the gear he's in, I might even go. Yep, we got him out of there. We got him. We just need 3 more kills. We'll be at 10 kills in a row. So, like, I mean, that was arguably, I mean, Inferno is definitely harder than that type of fight, but, you know, pking 10 kills in a row, for some people will never get 10 kills in a row. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. So yeah, this is Abyssal Dagger. He's using Zamrock Chaps. But yeah, you missed it, Phil. But like, yeah, when I went in there, this chest right here is the new setup. So like, you'll get a loot key, and then that loot key you use to get your gear, which is way better than picking up all the gear off the ground and then wasting all this space. So they've done some good updates to the game that make more sense. But you need what, 3 more kills, right? Yeah, this is the emblem. You just need 3 more kills, and we'll hit 10 in a row. Ripping through everybody. Let's go. All right, what do I need here? All right, I need this. So I have this here, so we could quadruple eat. Boom. So we're impossible to KO. And you know what? Since I'm not really trying to smite nobody today, I'll show you guys like my style that will make me basically damn near impossible to kill. It's risky for sure, and I don't recommend it unless you're really good and you know what you're doing. But when I put on the redemption prayer, I'm damn near impossible to kill unless I just get comboed out big. So like, boom, put this on. When my hit points go lower than 10%, which eventually they might, if you have someone who's going to combo you out, then boom, you just triple eat or quadruple eat, and then you can just put the prayer back on. So it makes it to where it's just really, really hard to kill. So we're fighting this dude Zuck me Ziggy. I'm not gonna fight him unless he skulls, and I'm gonna pretend I'm muted as well. You talking about both of us skull? Nah, I'm not skulling, kid. But yeah, like later on, I'm gonna post a video working my 360 spin kick. It's nasty. It's real nasty. He looked like a sweet. He looks like a sweat. Yeah, he's gonna be a tough fighter for sure because he's in the gear he's in. Like, you can't get it unless you get a bunch of kills. So basically, the equivalent of this cape right here would be this gear. Because to get this gear, to get this gear with the Vesta's longsword, you need thousands of points. So you need a shit ton of kills. You need either a shit ton of kills or a bunch of consecutive kills. Either way, you got to be pretty good. All right, here we go. But yeah, I got a super nasty 360 spin kick, tornado kick. I think in Taekwondo it's called the Nadoban. You know, one of my buddies used to train with, who's a really good Taekwondo fighter, showed me it. It's called a Nadoban, and it works really well whenever you're switching stances. We got to fight against Tornado Tots again. I think we fought this dude already and he ran. Or we either killed him and he ran or something like that. I forget. So let's see. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's see if we can get him out of here. And tonight, I'm going to be on for a while. The goal tonight is to stream for like 5 hours. So I'm trying to see if this dude will skull up. I think he skulled up last time. I'm pretty sure he skulled up. So I want my goal, hit that like button. My goal is to hit 100 people in the chat tonight. So I'm going to go for 5 hours and we're going to see how much money we get. We already made about 40 mil, something like that. I watched the guy you suggested, talking about Oda Block. Yeah, Oda Block is super good. I'm going to post a clip of us fighting at some point. But he's so damn good that when I use this style with the redemption prayer, it's actually pretty crazy how good he is. Because when I put on that redemption prayer, I'm damn near impossible to kill, right? He comboed me out so bad that the redemption prayer went to recover me and heal me. It was weird. It was like a glitch or something. He glitched the game out. I don't know what the fuck he did, but it was pretty crazy. It's a clip on his channel as well. But yeah, he's super good, ridiculously good. See, we already killed everybody. All right, we got this guy. This guy is an AHKer, known AHKer. But I got the perfect gear to take him out. And he's in shitty gear, so we're gonna kill him fast. Yeah, this guy right here is a known AHKer. And when they start running like this, you don't chase them. You just walk off. Because that's that bitch shit. He's running like a bitch. His stats, maybe. Now, it's not his stats because at this stage, everybody has the same stats. It's more about skill. You know, everybody has 99 range or 99 strength, 99 attack, 99 mage. You know, like I have 99 strength, 92 attack. But at any point, if I want to go get 99 attack today, it would take me 8 hours to go do it. And I wouldn't even have to be at I could easily do Nightmare Zone and just go do other shit and then kind of check it every once in a while. It's easy to get any 99 in this game. Especially for most people who played this game for a long time, all the little tips and tricks to get 99. So we all have the same stats. So it's all skill. Yeah, it's skill and it's a little bit of luck as well, but it's mostly skill. Especially when it comes to pking. Like this guy, I know what he's gonna do. So it's very easy for me to beat him. He's saying I'm scared now. Apparently I'm scared, but he's in a green skull. So yeah, so what he's gonna do now is we're gonna sit here. He's taunting me, I'm taunting him, and he's gonna try to spec me out real quick. But I'm ready for it. I'm ready for whatever. As soon as he does it, I'm gonna switch to my claws and I'm gonna spec him out. But yeah, it's just basically anticipation, knowing when someone's gonna do something. And after you PK'd for a while, you can kind of feel when they're gonna spec. You kind of know their movements. You know, similar to like doing jujitsu. If any of you guys ever done jujitsu in the chat, you see what I'm saying? Like I just knew what he was going to do, so it was easy to get him out of there. So we just need 2 more kills. 2 more kills. That was nasty. You guys seen that shit? That was disgusting. That was crazy. Whooped his ass. I'm about to clip that. Clip the fuck out of that. But yeah, so you see here, Phil, this is the loot key. Yeah, bro is free. Bro is crazy free. We got Rob Rune in the house. So this is the loot key right here. Use this on this. Boom. Yeah, that was quick. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So it is skill, like, to a degree. Like, he couldn't kill me. I couldn't have killed him that fast if it wasn't skill. You know, I just knew what he was going to do before he did it. So I was able to time him out perfectly. And with that being said, I also gave myself the maximum odds to kill him, because even if my hits don't hit, if he hits me, I'm going to do a lot of damage on him because of the setup that I'm in. So everybody I fight is kind of cooked. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know if I want to show you guys my setup, because then everyone's going to start copying it. But like, I have a Ring of Suffering on, so every time I get hit, they're going to get hit, and that's nonstop. And I have good defense now. I have a Torva helmet on, so I have big strength bonus. I have a whip for speed. I have this on, so 15% accuracy in the set bonus. I have the claws. So if you spec me out and you go to try to combo me out, the claws are going to hit you at 4 times. And then if you're able to hit me a few times, you're going to get hit as many times as you're able to hit me because of the ring. So when I fight someone like this, like, I know he's going to spec probably right now. And now I got him. See what I'm saying? So now we just need 1 more kill. You know, these guys are just, it's too easy. You know what I'm saying? It's just way too easy. You seen that shit. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Easy work, light work. We just need 1 more kill. So yeah, so it is skill, you know, like anticipation, kind of just knowing how people play and feeling how they play. What spec? Spec is your special attack. So you see this right here. These are my dragon claws. It's kind of like Wolverine, like when he like claws shit up, you know. I got these claws on, and what they do is they hit like 4 times. They hit like 4 times. You can do special moves with weapons. Yeah, they hit like 4 times. And with these, with the setup I'm in, they're very accurate. They're extremely accurate. So also a thing that they do, most people are gonna have, you can't PK and be any way decent unless you have Vengeance, the spell book. So they're always going to use the Vengeance spell, and the claws aren't going to take a big recoil hit. Yeah, spec equals special moves, exactly. So that kill that we just got was the nastiest one of the night. The last 2, we're in like fucking flow state on those last 2 kills. So this guy's not gonna skull. I remember this guy. He's like complaining. He might skull. He's on a blue right now. What the fuck? So that's one thing that's annoying too. Like when you're trying to get to your target and like both of you are teleporting to each other. He skipped. This guy is so annoying. I think this guy is gonna be our target next, anyways. Damn, see right there? The reason why that would work for me is because the claws are going to hit first before the Void Waker. And the Void Waker is a great weapon that usually typically would hit first. Damn, he got lucky there. If he would have hit me right there, he would have been dead. Now he's going to die because this guy's going to spec him out. Watch. Ah, fuck out. He's still trying to fight me. Nah, kid. Looking for our. We just need one more kill to get this 10 kill streak. And one thing that's cool as well is like, oh, this guy's skull. Perfect. Great. We're about to get this 10 kill streak right now. One thing that's great is like, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, that's right. One thing that's great is like if you don't want to do skills on this game, but you still want to get 99s, all of the points we get in Bounty Hunter, I can use that to get me a 99 right now. I can use all the kills that I'm getting and the points that I'm getting to get 99 mage like right now, and I won't ever have to train mage or range or anything. So I'm gonna get this kill, and this will be our 10 kills in a row right here. Because this guy isn't necessarily really good. I think he's kind of new to pking. So boom, got him out of there quick. You know, easy work. That's 10 kills in a row right there. 5 mil. And then that's the emblem right there. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna go try to get another 10 kills in a row. This next one I might skull. I might even get in lesser gear. Yeah, easy work. Easy work. So you see right here, that's 10 kills in a row. Boom. Tier 10 emblem. We go to this guy. We get 56 points for that. Boom. So I got 300 something points right now. So the only thing that I would get next, because I have full Vesta, full Stadius, I have all the Vesta weapons, I have all the Stadius weapons. All I need next is the range. So next I'm probably gonna get Zuriel. So I need like a few thousand points to get Zuriel. And then eventually I'll get the Morgans. And not many people can say they have all of the weapons for Bounty Hunter. Boom, 5 mil. Easy 5 mil. All right, let's see how much we made on that run right there. For 10 kills in a row. Some of these are from yesterday, but let me see here. See how much we made. And I died today, none. Yesterday, I think I died once. So, boom, let's see. And this isn't all of it as well, because there's some kills I had that I got just money for the kills. So, you know, give or take probably like 40, 30 mil, something like that. So, yeah, so we made about 100 mil. Definitely about 100 mil. So, you know, nothing too crazy here. I'm going to keep using the claws. The claws, I think, are the best weapon. Saving for anything? Nah, not necessarily. I mean, I'm saving just the flex, you know? I think next I'm going to try to get to like 10 bill, something like that in the PK tab, which the most I've had in my PK tab was, I think, 3 bill. 3 to 4 bill, something like that. I'm just gonna get it up to 10 bill for a video, for streaming something. There's nothing I can really buy that I don't have in this game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have right now. I could buy an Ellie. You know, I've sold my Ellie before, but I have, you know, the best melee armor. I have Torva, full Torva. I have full oath plate. a bunch of different weapons, all the god swords. So it's really like nothing I can really buy. I mean, there's like the scythe. It's the most expensive weapon in the game, or one of the most expensive weapons in the game. But the problem with that weapon is it's trash for pking. So that's like that's the only thing, like, you know. But yeah, one of these days I'm gonna stream playing other parts of the game, like skilling and all that type of shit. Because if I go get a quest cape, I'm gonna need to do a bunch of skills, which I've been putting off. And one thing right now that I probably should do is get 85 Herb Lord, so I can get the Surge Potion. But yeah, that was the easy 10 kills. I'm gonna go get another 10 kills. So one thing about the 10 kills, when you want to start, you gotta go here. Or you don't have to, you can kill somebody and grab this, but you can just buy one of these. So now I just need 9 kills, I guess. And that's like the beginning of the emblem, you know. All right, here we go. Let's get another 10 kills. Got another fight. See, everybody plays the same way, so that's why it's so easy for me to kill these guys. See, like, he already knows, like, and the thing is, these guys play the same way because they're not good. They don't know how to play. Like, there's no way he could kill me like that. Like, you need to have more skill than that to be able to take someone like me out. Like, you see, like, Switzerland, which you fought him earlier. Switzerland, he had different styles he was using. Let's talk some UFC fights. So, you know, we're talking about the fights that are happening on Saturday a bunch earlier. I want to talk about how the UFC kind of rewrites history all the time. So it's funny because, like, someone like Randy Couture did major shit for the sport, right? And the UFC is more of like a business that's where it's like they're always gonna just promote. And I guess all sports are like this. Yeah, there's a UFC event this weekend. I gotta tap in. Yeah, there's a UFC event. It's UFC 316. Great fight. It's in somewhere in Asia, I believe. I think it's in like, yeah, I think it's like, I want to say Thailand, maybe. I think it's in Buko. Yeah. So UFC is all about like, what have you done for us today? So they're always going to try to make whoever is the current guy look like their better guy. Hit that like button, you know. Oh yeah, UFC Buko. This time I'm gonna get this guy out of here quick, real quick. Watch. As soon as they get the first hit on him. Oops. Whoopsie. I see I timed that a little bit wrong. See, why risk so much against a Ragger without claws? Because it's only a risk. It's not really a risk for me because he's not gonna kill me, you know. Like, I just whoop, you know. And I don't know if you just got on stream, but like, these guys aren't gonna be able to kill me. They're just not good enough. And if it happens, then it's like a pretty rare occasion, you know. Like, that was like close, but he was never gonna be able to kill me. He's just not good enough, you know. So for me, it's not really a risk. And plus, I've made so much more than we're gonna lose. Like, I've died what, In the last 2 days, I've died like once or twice. Oh, no, I've died twice in the last 2 days. I think we died once on this stream. Yeah. And I've lost, when I die, I lose 10 mil, but we made about 100 mil. So it's not really a risk for me, especially with this current setup I'm in. The damage I'm gonna be doing is gonna be so much that the chances of this dude killing me are like pretty slim. You see that? So watch this next time I'm gonna kill him. And hopefully I'm gonna smite him. Actually, this next one, I'm gonna show you what I mean with the redemption prayer. So if I don't want to die, he's not gonna be able to kill me. Especially when I do this right here. Hit that like button, guys. We're trying to get to 100 people in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this game for so fucking long. Like, you know, that's the thing. A lot of people who play this game know all the ins and outs of pking. But a lot of people who play this game, you know, never really PK, which is funny to me because for me, it's only fun to PK. All right, watch this. But we might not even have to activate this prayer because I think I'm gonna kill him pretty fast. And I already know what he's gonna do. This guy's gonna spec early this time. See what I'm saying? See, if I don't want to die, you're never going to kill me. You know? Well, I'm not going to say it that. The chances of, if I don't feel like dying, it's going to be really hard to kill me. The only reason someone like this would be able to kill me would be if I want to smite him out. Look, he's talking about you got a cheat code. Yeah. So it's like, you know. But yeah, let's talk about the UFC fights. So yeah, the UFC is always gonna rewrite history and be like, oh, this guy's the best guy we've ever seen. Tom Aspinall is the best guy we've ever seen. Because that's their business model. They're a fight promoter. It doesn't make sense for them to promote the old guys, the older guys. Oh shit! I think I smited him almost without even using smite. Let me see. Should I use the ancient god sword? I don't know. I'm gonna stick with the claws. Tom Aspinall is tough. Tom Aspinall is definitely tough. He's a great fighter. Don't get me wrong. He's a hell of a fighter. But I'm just saying, Tom Aspinall, they're talking about this dude like he's the fucking, like he's Jones is ducking. Yeah. Nah, I don't think he's ducking. I think it just doesn't make sense for him to fight him. Like the risk isn't worth the reward. You know what I'm saying? Like I watched Tom Aspinall fought Andrei Arlovski. By the way I'm playing, unless you really know what you're doing, I don't recommend doing it like this because this is pretty dangerous. Like you will get smited out. You will get smited out if you try to do this and you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, it's like smite takes your prayer. No, that means like, yeah, he would take my prayer. And so when he takes my prayer, I'm going to lose my +1, which if I lose a +1, it's going to be millions and millions of dollars. If I lose a +1, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna lose 20. I'm gonna lose 30 million because I'm gonna lose this gear too. Yeah, so if I lose my +1, he says he forgot pot. Yeah, I doubt it. He could have died right there. Destroying this guy. But yeah, like, be honest. If you were John Jones, why would you fight Tom Aspinall? It makes no sense. Tom Aspinall fought Andre Arlovsky. Andre Arlovsky's a great fighter, legendary fighter. But Andre Arlovsky's been fighting for fucking 30 years, almost 40 years at this point, right? And he finished Arlovsky, but Arlovsky was one of his harder fights. You know, it just doesn't really make sense. If I'm John Jones, I'm not going to fight Aspinall either. It just doesn't make sense. It makes more sense to fight a more dangerous fight like Francis Ngannou, because the risk is worth the reward there. If he beats Francis, it's like, yeah, he's the fucking, that's incredible, you know, which his career is undeniable already as is. But here we go. Here we go. As soon as I get just a little bit more of a hit. Right now. Damn, I just got a bad hit right there, so that's why. So this one, I'm gonna have to wait a moment to take him out. I could take him out right now because he's at 81. See, another thing with these guys is they just play 2 stairs. Sounds like a duck, not gonna lie. Well, it's funny because how can you say he's a duck when bro fought literally everybody under the sun year after year after year? Like, how long did it take you to get that cape? A few months, like a couple months. Like me, I usually PK the most, but yeah, probably like a month and a half, something like that. You know, same thing. It took me, the first time I did a fire cape, it took me a good amount of time to get the fire cape as well. But once you get it down, you go through the waves, you figure it out. Especially it's easy now because there's so many guides online. There's so many YouTube videos. You just watch people do it on YouTube. And then it's easy to do. There's people who have capes who have 70 range, you know, who have shitty gear. You know, for me, I had really good gear, so it was a little bit easier to get the cape, you know. Here we go. The fuck with John Jones, don't get me wrong, but I don't like people ducking tough opponents. He's not ducking tough opponents, bro. You mean to tell me John Jones, who fought literally everybody? I gotta go to Grand Exchange and re-up here. You mean to tell me John Jones? Hold on, let's pull up John Jones' record. And for you guys who are new, who don't know MMA, I'm gonna go through it systematically with you guys. Hold on, we gotta put this shit to rest. We gotta put this shit to rest. Hold on. All right. So hold on. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. John Jones. All right. So you mean to tell me? Hold up. Let me switch the screen. Let's look at it. All right, here we go. All these fucking ads, bro. Come on, dog. All right. So you mean to tell me John Jones... Hold up. Technical difficulties. All right, here we go. All right, so you mean to tell me John Jones, who is 29-0, 29-0? Yeah, really 30-0, because he had the one no contest, but you know, is what it is. You mean to tell me a guy who fought? Let's go through the record of who he's fought, because there's a lot of MMA fans. Some people were there during his come up, some people weren't. So, damn, these ads are crazy. All right, so here we go. John Jones. He fought in 2008 alone. He fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Then got in the UFC. He fought 6 times in 1 year to get to UFC. Then now he's in the UFC. He's fighting, mind you, this was in 2008, but he's fighting dudes like Andre Guzmão, who was a good fighter, Stephan Bonner, legend of the sport, Jake O'Brien, great wrestler. He's finishing, he's beating these dudes. There's legends he's beating with decisions. Jake O'Brien's choking him out. He whooped Matt Hamill's ass. Brandon Vera. At the time, they were talking about Brandon Vera like he's the next big thing. He's going to be. Vladimir Matyushenko is a legend of the sport as well. Ryan Bader, who went on to become the Bellator champion. He choked him out. Now we get into the real shit. He beat Shogun's ass, destroyed Shogun in 3 rounds. A guy who was at the time known as one of the most feared fighters and a champion of Pride and a champion of the UFC, which at the time he knocked out Lyoto Machida to get the belt, which at the time Lyoto Machida was a legend, like crazy badass fighter. Then he went and fought Rampage Jackson, who was a Pride champion and a UFC champion, a guy who knocked out Chuck Liddell and just like destroyed Chuck Liddell. Hold on. Then he went and fought Lyoto Machida. That's 3 champions, right? That's 3 champions now. He's finished 3 champions at this point. Then he fights Rashad Evans, goes to decision. That's 4 champions that he's beat now. Dan Henderson, cancel bout. Vitor Belfort beats him with a submission in the 4th round. That's now 5 champions that he's beat, that he's finished. And one of them he didn't finish. Chael Sonnen, who whooped his ass within 1 round. Alexander Gustafsson, he had a crazy war with him. You know, Gus is one of those dudes who was a legendary fighter, but just never got the belt. But he's a dude who could have been a champion at any point. Glover Teixeira, now that's 6 champions. Glover became the champion not too long ago, and then Jury took the belt from him. It's now 6 champions. Let's keep it going. Daniel Cormier, that's now 7 champions that he's beat. Shit, man, this thing is lagging out like crazy. So now that's 7 champions that he's beat. Hold up. That's 7 champions that he's beat. Owen St. Preux wasn't a champion, but he was a tough fighter. Dan Henderson, he beat him in a grappling match. Came back, whooped Alexander Gustafsson's ass. Anthony Smith, Thiago Santos, Dominic Reyes, Cyril Gane. Now that's 8 champions. Stipe Miocic. Now that's 9 champions that he's beaten. So I can understand the Duck. He's getting older. He's not getting older though. That's the thing. He's getting older. To be honest, Jones has a lot to gain from fighting Tom. Like, what does he have to gain from fighting Tom Aspinall? Like, really tell me, what does he have to gain from fighting Tom Aspinall? When we look at Francis Ngannou's record, a lot of people don't realize this, but Ngannou is actually the best heavyweight of all time, just based on the stats. So Ngannou's 38, John Jones 37, Alex Perez 38. So everyone knows that at the heavier weight classes, these ages aren't old. You know, like Jones has been fighting a long time, so his body's probably pretty banged up. You know, but Francis Ngannou, let's look at Francis Ngannou's record actually. This is why he's the best heavyweight fighter of all time. You know, we wait till we see him in the UFC, and he has some wins here, some wins. He beat Curtis Blades, who's still a top 10 guy, right? But this is where it gets interesting. Andre Arlovski, he was a champion. He beat him. Al Overeem, champion. He beat him. These guys are guys that he's knocking out and finishing. Cain Velasquez, champion, knocked him out. Junior Dos Santos, champion, knocked him out. 4 champions he's knocked out. Jorginho Rozenstruik was a champion in kickboxing, but we won't even count that one. We all seen what he did to him. Stipe, champion, knocked him out. 5 champions. Cyril Gane, champion, destroyed him. 6 champions that he's beat. This thing is, I guess this is 6 champions. And if we count Henry Ferreira, who was a PFL champion, that's 7 champions. You know, no one ever in heavyweight. And then when he fought Tyson Fury in boxing, he whooped Tyson Fury's ass in boxing. You know, so Francis really does have a crazy resume. And so does Jones. Like, when we look at Tom's resume, I don't think Tom is beat. Only champion. Nah, Ngannou just knocked out Renan Ferreira. And Ngannou lost to what's his name? Anthony Joshua in boxing, and then he fought Renan Ferreira and knocked him out. Matter of fact, we'll pull that finish up real quick from our guy WHMMA. We'll pull that finish up. So some of you guys didn't see. WHMMA did let me see if it'll come up. Let's see, show you guys this. So watch this. One of the most brutal finishes, AJ knocking Ngannou out, was pretty crazy. But when we let's unpack that for a second. Let's unpack that. So AJ knocked Ngannou out, right? But AJ, they kind of set Ngannou up to lose. Like, there's ways you can kind of rig fights. And they kind of rig. No boxer who fights championships fights fought like Ngannou fought Fury, whooped his ass, and then fought Joshua within, like, I think a month or so later. Nobody does that in boxing. So they kind of set him up to lose. And there was a lot of shenanigans that were going on. Let's see. He just did a video on, oh, here we go. So Phil, you were asking about pro fight. Hold on. Phil, you were asking about Ngannou, his last fight. This was his last MMA fight. Where is it? Here it is. This is a brutal finish. Here we go. Yeah. Man, watch this. The second one coming up. Watch this. This was Francis's last MMA fight against Renan Ferreira, who's a 6'9" giant beast of a fighter, championship fighter. And he just damn near killed the dude. Destroyed him. So yeah. But let's get back to pking. But yeah, when people say like Jones is scared of Aspinall, it's just funny to me. No pro fighter is scared to fight another fighter, especially when you're he was on his ass. Pause. It's crazy. You see, you don't want to get ground and pounded by Ngannou, that's for sure. Yeah, that's like worst case scenario. There's a bunch of scenarios you could be in. That's probably the last scenario you ever want to be in. Getting ground and pounded by Ngannou. And I have some friends who sparred with Ngannou. He's a fucking beast. I don't think Jones wins that fight. I think that's a horrible fight for Jones. But if Jones needs to get a loss and is going to go out of this game with a loss, which most people aren't going to get out of this game unscathed, then the best person to lose to would be Ngannou. Like, Tom Aspinall is a good fighter, but it's like, for me, I'm just like, It's not really. It doesn't really hit for me. It doesn't really make sense for me for Jones to risk his legacy against him, because Tom Aspinall is the same as Surreal. Let's say Tom Aspinall. I mean, okay, let's say it like this. I don't think Jones is scared of Aspinall, but he's for sure scared of losing to him. Well, let's say like this. Jones has already stated multiple times like he's not really interested in it. So why is Tom Aspinall ducking Surreal Gone then? Matter of fact, that's a video I'm gonna make. Tom Aspinall is ducking Surreal Gone. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Tom is ducking Surreal Gone. I'm not convinced that Tom Aspinall would beat Surreal Gone. You know, Jones whooped Surreal Gone's ass, and everyone's like, "Oh, Surreal Gone's trash." Surreal Gone is a fucking beast. You know, they were talking about Surreal Gone like he was Tom Aspinall not too long ago. I'm not even an MMA fan. I want to see him fight Aspinall. That's because at this point, everyone wants to see him fight Aspinall because we've all been talking about it. Well, this guy got sat down. This guy's always talking shit. This guy's always talking shit, but look at that. He got sat down. We got to fight. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's say the fight happens. John Jones goes in there, just destroys Tom Aspinall, whoops his ass, embarrasses him, right? Then it's like, oh, okay, well, they're going to build up some other guy, and they're going to be like, oh, this is the guy to beat Jones. So if you're John Jones in his position, it just doesn't really make sense for you to fight someone like Tom, especially when at this stage of the game, he's been fighting for so long. It doesn't really make sense for him to continue to have these big championship fights. You know, you can only do it for so long. You know, Father Time waits for nobody. He says he just seen us on YouTube. Yeah. So we gotta whoop his ass. We seen him on YouTube. We gotta take him out. So that's the thing. A lot of people who are watching us on YouTube are gonna know the game plan, but it doesn't really matter if anybody knows the game plan. They're not gonna be able to beat us. You know, we're gonna get these 10 kills easy. Aspinall will only fight for the belt. He already defended as an interim. He says Tom Aspinall only fight. He already defended as an interim. Jones should be stripped if Aspinall fights. And that's the thing. I'm pretty sure Jones said like he doesn't care. He's waiting to be stripped. The UFC doesn't want to strip him because for multiple reasons. I think because they have, you know, I think they're trying to get on Netflix, and to close that deal, they need to be like, yeah, we have this big fight. We have this big fight we can offer. We have this we can offer. We have that we can offer. And one of the big things that they could potentially say that they can offer is a John Jones fight with Aspinall, or a John Jones fight with, oh, we're going to die. Yeah, he got us. He got us. I was like, I could have survived that. I could have ate that. But I was like, you can see it. My hands weren't even on the thing. I was like, it is what it is. He got us, fair play. But, and yeah, you know, I'd rather him get the money than anybody else, you know? So, drop noobs. Drop noobs got us. So, oh, he's going to give it back. Oh, she's going to give it back. He gave it back. He didn't need to, but appreciate that. Drop news, Adam. Yeah, any of you guys in the game can add me as well. I got my PM off. But at the last conference, Dana acted like he didn't know that Jones said he would be willing to get stripped of the title. He gave it back. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, see what I'm saying? That's some real shit right there. That's some dope shit. Yeah, who knows? There's always some shenanigans going on. But here, I actually have a theory about the fight. All right, so look, hear me out. Some of you guys have seen the videos I've made, and I've been talking about it lately, how I made a video on sports psychology not too long ago about Sean O'Malley and why he became the worst fighter when he stopped smoking weed. Right? And now, so, oh, damn, I need to go buy a whip. Fuck, we gotta go back to GE. So, for Sean O'Malley, Cody Garbrandt, John Jones, Conor McGregor, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, there's people like this who need chaos to perform. And it's a very specific personality type. So Conor McGregor, if you guys remember when he was coming up, he would say stuff like, yeah, I'm gonna knock this dude out within 2 rounds, and I'll bet you, my whole purse. And he was dead serious about it. That's someone who needs chaos to perform at their very best. Not everybody can do it, right? John Jones is the same type of guy. Sean O'Malley is the same type of guy. Sean O'Malley, when he started going on the straight and narrow, it messed up his whole thing, and he was not the same fighter. He's no longer the same fighter. Devin Haney said that and flopped. Devin Haney, I have to look into him a little bit more. I don't know how Devin Haney lives his life. But, like, for example, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is a guy who also needs chaos to perform. But there's many fighters who need chaos to perform. So with John Jones, the reason why if he fights Tom Aspinall, he's going to absolutely destroy him and it'll be one of his best performances ever is because all the chaos that's surrounding that fight right now is gearing him up to have the best performance ever. John Jones, if he doesn't have chaos, he's not going to be able to perform to his very highest degree. When you see, like he used to get drunk before his fights, like a week before, Brian was on PEDs. That's a fact. That's a whole fact. Like I remember when that whole thing was going on, people were like, "Oh, Devin Haney, he whooped Devin Haney's ass." Nah, he didn't. He was on steroids, and the specific steroid he was on ostrazine. And the reason why ostrazine is a steroid that we have to take a look at is because specifically ostrazine is a steroid that helps you if you're cutting weight. Basically, you can cut a lot of weight and still gain muscle. So that's why that steroid is a serious steroid. Like he fought Devin Haney, he had to lose weight. What's his name? Sean O'Malley also popped for that steroid. He also popped for ostrazine, which it makes sense that he would pop for that because he's going down to a low weight and he's trying to maintain his strength. That's really like, there's no way around that. But if Jones were to fight Aspinall, especially right now, Jones got to flee from another hit and run to hype himself up for an Aspinall fight. Whatever it takes. I mean, you guys know Michael Jordan was a dude who would he would do crazy shit, bro. He would do crazy shit. Like he would gamble a bunch. He would party late. So we have to take a look at this trend of elite level competitors doing crazy shit and performing at high levels. So we have to acknowledge that John Jones is the Michael Jordan of the sport, right? So with that being said, why would he just be like, yeah, I'll fight Tom Aspinall? Sure. Like, no, you have to cause some chaos so he can perform at his very best. And with all the chaos that's around the fight and everybody doubting him and everything, that's a dangerous spot, That's the sports psychology aspect of it. So for me, I think it's a horrible fight for Tom Aspinall. I think Tom Aspinall is going to get destroyed if they fight. I think it'll be a very interesting fight. I think it might be one of those fights like Gustafsson versus Jones, where it's just a war, and we're going to have to see Jones really, really dig deep like he did with the Gustafsson fight. And it's not going to be a fun night, and it's going to be a hard night. But there's so many unanswered questions about Aspinall. Like, how does he look if he gets into a war? Is he a front runner? Can he bounce back from adversity? How does he look on the ground? I know he's a black belt. I know he's a strong dude. But that's one of the reasons I think Jones isn't fighting him as well, because he wants to see more of his game. He knows Tom gonna wash him. Fuck out of here. Tom's gonna get washed. Tom's gonna get destroyed. I'll be honest, John Jones is one of my favorite fighters. Francis Ngannou is my favorite fighter, but Jones is one of my favorite fighters because when I was in high school and I was wrestling, that's when Jones was around the time he became a champion and starting to pop off. And I was watching him and I related a lot to him with his story and just certain stuff that he was doing in the time when he was coming up. It was like, damn, this dude's really good. He's like really hitting another level, and it was pretty dope to see him doing his thing. You know, and to see somebody in a sport like MMA where it's such a hard sport and you can zig when you should have zagged and get KO'd, for him to be undefeated for 15 years is pretty unheard of and unlikely. You know, and I want to see that story continue. I want to see that story continue. I want to see him ride off into the sunset. I want to see him ride off into the sunset. Pause. Let's see. I know Jones. This energy just let me know. Let me see. I know I love John Jones, but this energy just let me know. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Jones watches a lot of tape and studies his opponents. And his opponents, Aspinall doesn't have. Hold up. I'm not going to let this fruit cup kill us. I knew he was using the AGS. Aspinall doesn't have many minutes in the ring. He almost died right there. Wasn't paying attention. Damn, that was close. That was a close one. Aspinall doesn't have many minutes in the ring for many W's he has. Yeah, exactly. So there's just not much tape on him. There's not much information on him. So that makes him kind of a dangerous fight for Jones. Aspinall is a dog, bro. Yeah, Aspinall is a dog for sure. But let's be real, though. He's overhyped. He's overhyped, bro. Like, come on, dog. Like, Aspinall would not beat Ciryl Gane. Aspinall is ducking Ciryl Gane. Let's be real. Let's keep it 1,000. You know? Like, he's a great fighter. Don't get me wrong. But I think there's a bunch of guys who would beat him. And I think it just doesn't really make sense for Jones to fight him because it's like, it's just another fight. Now, in Ngannou, I want to see that fight. You know, that's a real fight. Like, let's say Tom Aspinall, like the UFC might, Ngannou might be heading back to the UFC. I don't know how much you guys, Tom is not ducking. Tom is ducking Tom is ducking Ciryl Gane, you know. But like, there's a very good chance that Francis Ngannou comes back to UFC. And if Francis Ngannou comes back to UFC, you guys think Tom Aspinall would beat Francis? What's the guy he's ducking? I want to watch him. Ciryl Gane? Yeah, type him in. We'll pull him up. We'll pull him up in a second here. I'm going to get a couple kills, and I'll pull him up. Ciryl Gane, he's a really good kickboxer. But Ciryl Gane has a better resume than nah, he won't back. Ciryl Gane has a better resume than Tom Aspinall. That's what you guys don't want to admit. That's what you guys don't want to acknowledge, that Ciryl Gane has a way better resume than Tom Aspinall. And I'm going to switch my style up. These claws are trash now. They're just not hitting no more. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna put on the Noxus after this one. See, I don't know how to spell that. It's spelled CIRL and then space Gane. John Jones fought him and he like choked him out in like 50 seconds and he just destroyed him. But he's a hell of a fucking fighter. He's a hell of a fighter. And when they fought, everyone was talking about Cyril Gane the way they talk about John Jones, or the way they talk about Tom Aspinall. And then when they fought, John Jones whooped his ass, and Cyril Gane sucks. You know what I'm saying? Cyril Gane is like one of the only guys to go to decision with Francis Ngannou. So Cyril Gane's a great fighter. Let's see. Jones has way better fight IQ than Aspinall. Jones wins any day. Exactly. See, Garrett knows. Garrett knows. Tom Aspinall is just the new chick in the class with the big tits. That's it. You know, I'm dead. Nah, I'm not dead. He missed his shot. He missed his chance. That was his only chance to get me right there. So I need something with a little bit more firepower. 25 people in the chat, hit that like button. We're going to get it up to 100. I need something with a little bit more firepower. People who just came in the chat. See, he's been interim champ for 2 years. Bro, it's not been no 2 years. It's been like a year. It's been a year, bro. But also, that's the UFC's fault, because the UFC also doesn't want to make the fight because they wait. They're waiting for the right time to make the fight happen. You know, because how many times have we seen the UFC just cut people or strip people? Like, all right, you don't want to fight this guy? Okay, we're going to strip you. They're not stripping Jones for a reason. Damn, this dude will not die. This is crazy. I've been fighting this dude for a minute now. Fuck. Died. All right, so now I'm going to switch the style up. Man, do you even keep up? No, John Jones doesn't want to fight. Bro, I watch everything, bro. It's not about, you can't say John Jones doesn't want to fight because John Jones doesn't have that much power. If the UFC says, hey, fight John Jones, fight Tom Aspinall, John Jones is either going to say, nah, I'm good, I'm going to retire, or the UFC is going to say, okay, we're going to strip your belt. That's how that works. Like George St. Pierre didn't want to fight Johnny Hendricks, right? George St. Pierre couldn't say, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to hold the belt. Like, no, they stripped George St. Pierre. George St. Pierre said, Johnny Hendricks is on steroids. Nah, I'm not fighting him until you get Vado Usada in here. I'm not going to fight him. No champion has that much power. So clearly it's the UFC that, for whatever reason, which I think is the Netflix deal, that's the reason why they're making it to where they don't want the fight to happen, or they're waiting for it, or whatever the case may be. You know, but it's not about, like, if John Jones says, nah, I don't feel like fighting Tom, the UFC will say, okay, we're going to strip you. The problem is, know what the real problem is? If they strip John Jones, I think there's something in his contract where if he's no longer the champion, then he's a free agent or something like that. If he's a free agent, him and Francis Ngannou can go make that fight of Jones versus Ngannou. But the UFC will not get paid from that fight. So I think that's why that's going on. Oh my God, John Jones destroyed Cyril. That was insane, bro. Yeah, exactly. Jones fights when he wants to fight. He's calculated. I believe we will see Jones Aspinall. You just have to wait until the time is right. Exactly. I think when the time is right, and there's a lot of things going on in the background right now. Like, we got Ngannou lurking. He was at the fights last weekend. That means something. That's huge. Everybody wants to have Ngannou on the roster because Ngannou is the champion. He never lost the belt. So you bring him into the mix. You guys honestly think that that Tom Aspinall would beat Francis Ngannou? Like, seriously. I really want to know. You guys think Tom Aspinall would beat Francis Ngannou? Shit, we're gonna use the Vesta Spear. Because I think Tom Aspinall gets fucking destroyed by Ngannou badly. I think pretty much everybody gets destroyed by Ngannou. That's why I think, like, if he were to fight John Jones, that would be just such a very interesting fight, because how would Jones even approach that? Like, how are you going to approach fighting someone like Francis? Because Francis can also wrestle now. Ngannou looked like he in another weight class. Yeah, he does. He's like 280 pounds. So this is the way I look at this setup I got right now. I have the Soul Reaper with the Ring of Suffering. So this is gonna be like a very interesting mix of playing with life force. You know, let's see. He's interim champion. He doesn't matter what people think. He deserves the title shot. He deserves the title shot, but the UFC is the one who makes that happen. You know, it's not about Jones. Also, you know, the UFC only has so many pay-per-views in a year. I think a big part of it is the UFC. Like, if they have Tom Aspinall versus Jones now, I mean, now that fight is a super fight. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Shit. I just misclicked. I misclicked. That's the thing about working with this weapon. You know, this weapon is a dangerous one to play with because exactly. If I was locked in, then maybe that wouldn't happen, but I'm gonna switch up the style now. Now I'm gonna put on full Stadius. I did this the other day and it worked pretty good. I'll put full Stadius with the Soul Reaper and the Dragon Mace. GG's. Yeah, I got wrecked there. But hey, you can't win them all, right? So this is pretty good. Full Stadius. Crush weapon. I'm actually use full. You know what? Actually, no, I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna wear full Torva. Full Torva with the whip. Fury. I'm gonna use a B ring. Nah, I'm gonna use the Tyrannical ring. And the whole purpose of this setup is to just get like just brutal wins with the G-Maul. Where is it? Where my G-Mauls at? So yeah, like, it's funny to me, like, this fight, the Jones Aspinall fight, is a huge fight because clearly a lot of people want to see it. A lot of people want to see it because they think Tom is going to win. And it's like, I highly doubt it. You know, I'm very skeptical. A lot of people who think Tom is going to win are people who just started watching the sport like maybe 2 years ago. Let's see, what's our stats? Boom. Crush. Pretty good crush bonus. I just want to see the best versus the best ultimately. The best versus the best would be Jones versus Ngannou, in my opinion. Like, you guys never answered the question. You think Aspinall could beat Ngannou? And how would he win that fight? By knockout? I doubt that. But then again, I guess there's a lot of aspects of Aspinall's game that we haven't really seen as much of. He's a good black belt on the ground from what I heard. But then again, who knows? Like, if he has really good jiu-jitsu. Maybe he's just a big dude who's been able to bully everybody with his jiu-jitsu. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do, actually? Instead of wearing this, I'm gonna wear a light bearer. And we're just gonna spam. We're gonna spam the G-Maul. G-Maul whip. That's supposed to be, that's one of the best, it's one of the best combinations. G-Maul and the whip. And I'm gonna bring Brimstone ring. All right, let's do it. I'm not familiar enough to think Ngannou It's not about weight, it's about skill. Ngannou weighs 250. Bro, go to sleep. Yeah, nah, I'm wide awake. We still got another we're only halfway. We're going 5 hours tonight. We're going 5 hours tonight, baby. Let's go. Let me see. Nobody knows what Aspinall's capable of because he knocks everybody out within 2 minutes. Exactly. And now, for me, that doesn't mean that you're a good fighter. Because the way you measure if a person's a good fighter, in my opinion, is like, how does it go when they're in a fight? You know what I'm saying? And if you're in these 2-minute matches, you can't really say that you're in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Because to have a fight, you have to have resistance. He hasn't had much resistance, so we really don't know if he's a good fighter or not. See, and it's not about Ngannou outweighing Aspinall. They weighed the same. Ngannou's last fight weighed 250 or 245 or something like that. I think he weighed 250. If I'm not mistaken. We're gonna wait for a fight. If we don't get many fights here, I'm gonna switch over to PvP World, which I hate doing PvP Worlds because I need to get my construction up so I can get a what's it called? Regeneration potion, regeneration pool in my house so I can get spec. All right, we got somebody. This guy's level 108. Let's see what he's talking about. He's a little ragger. All right, let's go. See, that's my issue with the G-Maul. He hit so many zeros. I gotta watch more Ngannou, bro. I don't know. Ngannou, bro, is one of the best fighters I've ever seen. And mind you, I'm a dude who watches MMA like heavily. I mean, I'm a fucking pro fighter. This is all I've ever done. It's all I've ever studied. Ngannou is like a fucking beast. He's a really good fucking fighter. And it's not because he's a big black dude. No, it's because he's a really good fucking fighter. Like, he's super smart. He just has crazy knockout power. Look at that. These guys are easy to kill. So that round, the G-Maul wasn't hitting. You know, I'm not a fan of the G-Maul, but maybe I just had to switch up my setup a little bit. I'll put the Torva back, and I'll use a Rancor necklace. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he knocked Fury down. Bro, he whooped Fury's ass. He destroyed Fury. He literally whooped Fury's ass, and they robbed him of the fight because they wanted to make the Usyk fight. And the Usyk fight was a big money fight. So no one expected Ngannou to actually beat up Tyson Fury. Mind you, Tyson Fury was an undefeated boxer, world champion boxer. Ngannou got robbed of the Fury fight. Yeah, that's a fact. Everybody saw that shit. Let me see. Damn, what should I bring? I'll bring the Noxus Albert. Looks like he's using a light bearer now. Here we go. I got to be careful here in the first. Damn, I got lucky. I got crazy lucky right there. Boxing be cheating. Yeah, that's a fact. Boxing is the most corrupt sport on earth. I love boxing, but they ass sometimes. So now I'm gonna fight how everybody else fights. I'm gonna put on a Void Waker. You know, boxing is super corrupt. It's always been corrupt. Here we go. Like, even if you go back and look at like boxing history with the mob and shit like that, boxing, crazy corrupt sport. And we've seen it with the Ngannou fight. It's like, bro clearly whooped Tyson Fury's ass, and they just gave the fight. Like, how do you say he won that fight? There's no way he won the fight. He got slapped around. He got dropped. You know, he even threw an elbow at one point. Tyson Fury did, cheating and shit. Yes, now I'm gonna use a Void Waker. There we go. That's why Olympics remove boxing. Now boxing's still in the Olympics. Yeah, boxing's still in the Olympics. I mean, last year they had a girl whooping, or had a guy whooping girls' asses in the Olympics. You remember that? So anytime these guys run away, they're usually just trying to set up a spec like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys aren't actually good PKers. So I'm gonna switch it over to claws. That's the best way to deal with these guys. These guys don't know how to PK. Only had a few seconds to re-gear, so that's why I went back in. Let me see. I need to grab, and he's like one of the only guys to fight in here right now. So I need to grab my claws to deal with this dude in the ring of suffering. And then I need to re-gear a bit. But nah, you don't remember when that dude, Iman, his name is Iman. Where's the best place to learn PK from scratch? LMS? Man, that's a crazy question. I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that one. Learn the PK from scratch. I mean, maybe like Soul Wars and LMS. Yeah, probably like Soul Wars and LMS, or Castle Wars, I mean. Oh shit, boxing reinstated. Let's go. Let's see what this guy's talking about. Yeah, so yeah, probably LMS. See what I'm saying? I want to PK with something a little bit different, something more fun. But I'm gonna switch up and put on Oath Plate with the AGS. Oh yeah, Castle Wars just got a revamp. Maybe I'll try it. Yeah, Castle Wars is always fun. You know, because you can do a lot of fun shit. You know, get with the squad. You know, you can PK multiple styles, and there's no loss of money. You know, so. And the LMS is legit as well. So now I'm gonna put on, I think I'm gonna go with the AGS now. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the AGS. So I'm still wearing the Ring of Suffering. The AGS with the, should I go Soul Reaper? Nah, I'm not gonna wear the Soul Reaper. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna put on a Soul Reaper because it's a fun weapon. It's just one that's like dangerous to work. Well, it is player killing though. It is player killing, is it not? Because pking, last I remember, stands for player killing, and last I remember, Soul Wars, Castle Wars, you kill other players. So, I think you're wrong there, Bubba. Jonathan. Yeah, in that term. Yeah. So yeah, whenever Jones and Jones and Aspinall fight, it's gonna be a huge fight. It's probably gonna be one of the biggest fights of all time. That'll be interesting for sure. So I'm gonna take out the AGS. Now we're risking a good amount. And for Phil, you like you've seen the Soul Reaper a bit now, but I'm gonna show you its real potential now. It has great potential. And they also, another thing, Phil. So remember the quest, Desert Treasure? So they have a new one called Desert Treasure 2 that's like a Grandmaster quest. So there's a lot of new things in the game. Jonathan, pull up to Bounty Hunter. Let's have a fight. But yeah, guys, whenever I fight, I'm gonna fight soon, probably in like October. You guys gotta tune in. I don't know if I'll be able to live stream it, but it will be live streamed. I think on Fight TV. I haven't quested in a decade. Yeah. Desert Treasure 2 is goated. Yeah, that's a fact. That's one I gotta go do next. I'm not looking forward to it. It's gonna take forever to do it. So this is the setup right here. Pretty good setup. All right, this guy's a noob, it looks like. Let's see if he skulls. Ooh, they also have a new thing on the game. They also have a new thing on the game where you can do Iron Man mode. Iron Man mode is basically you can't trade nobody. You can't trade nobody. You can get PKs. You can't use the grand exchange. You have to get everything from scratch. So if you're trying to have fun on the game, that could be fun as well. Iron Man mode. I just woke up, and honestly, I prefer more multi PK. Hey, I'm down to multi PK with you guys at some point as well, because we fought this guy before. We fought this guy yesterday. Let me lock in. I think he was pretty good. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember this guy. So I gotta be locked in when I fight this guy. Especially with this style. This style of PKing is fucking annoying. The thing about this specific style that he's doing is, after he gets 5 hits, I believe, he starts to get hit with ones for like a burn effect. And he has a ring of recoil on. You see that? As well. So, but I'll be able to kill this guy pretty easy with if he's using the VLS. I'm gonna watch the fight for sure. Yeah, definitely tune into that fight. I've been working my balls off. You know, I've been working a lot of shit. You know, after I kill this dude, I'll show you guys some of the shit I've been working on. And the shape I'm in right now is nowhere near the shape I'm going to be in when it comes fight time, which I'm in pretty good shape right now. In the next fight, I'm looking for a knockout. Actually, we'll see how it plays out, see who we're fighting. But the shit I've been working, like, it's going to be exciting. All right, here we go. I'm going to go get ready for this fight. I'm actually not going to use a Soul Reaper. I'm actually going to use a Noxus Halberd for this fight. What was the first fight you guys ever watched? For me, it was Tito Ortiz versus Ken Shamrock. I'll never forget. It was on Spike TV. Ken Shamrock was going to ape shit. And I was like, damn, these dudes are fucking nuts. Like, I would never do this shit. And fast forward a few years, I'm hopping in the cage. But it feels good to be in the cage, though. There's the feeling that not many people will ever feel. All right, here we go. Yeah, see, these guys, he's just saying that so I don't go hard on him. Like, I know this dude is like pretty good. There we go, AGS the key here is to never allow him to get. He's about to get poisoned soon here, so we can never allow him to get those 5 hits in a row. Like keep him on the back burner. I already whooped this dude's ass. Right there. See that? See all that damage I'm doing? Yep, and of course he's using the Void Waker. I knew he was gonna, but that was smart on his end because he used it as a fake. I could actually smite this dude. Let's see. Yeah, any fight. It doesn't have to be UFC. Yeah, I'm doing crazy damage on this guy. Shit. Fuck. When you was talking about UFC and boxing, looking after all these fake fights, I lost interest. Fake fights? Like which ones? Like Jake Paul fights? See, that dude's pretty good. You know, I probably wouldn't have died if I would have kept Redemption on. But, you know, Void Waker OP. Yeah, Void Waker is OP. Void Waker is annoying as fuck. That's why I don't really pking it, because everybody uses the Void Waker. And it's like, but now I'm going to use the Void Waker. BJ Penn. Yeah, BJ Penn's been crashing out as of late. BJ Penn's been crashing. I don't know if you've been keeping up, but bro's been getting arrested like 4 times in a row. He's like on Instagram saying people cloned his family. Like, which I don't know what the fuck's going on. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's pretty sad to see. It's pretty crazy, to be honest. But then again, I don't know what's going on with him. So some people, yeah, no, he has a big part. He was a big part of my childhood. Then again, I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe he sees something that I don't see. I'm not in his life, you know. I'm not in there. So, but from the outside perspective, it looks like he's crashing out. Industry is weird as fuck. Yeah, the industry is weird, but the industry, like, it's the fight game. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to, it's not a regular job, you know, so you're not gonna get regular people. And some of the consequences of living that life that's irregular is sometimes you get guys like Josh Fabia in the sport. Sometimes you get guys like, you know, BJ Penn crashing out right now. McGregor crashing out. John Jones crashing out. Because it's not like any other sport. It's not even a sport. You know? Like, if we're going to WWE has all types of crazy shit. Let's see, what do I want to use? 1, 2, 3, 4. What should we use? All right, I'm gonna put the boots back, and I'm gonna bring in Noxus and the Void Waker. And this time, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna bring my ring back, and I'm gonna use a Light Bearer. McGregor got the money, went to his head. Shell of a man now. Well, the thing about that is, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know if the money went to his head. I don't think that's the case. I think it's more like what happens is when you're fighting, 2:40 a.m. here. Over here, it's 11:40 a.m. I think it's more of like when you're a professional fighter or a pro athlete at a high level, your whole life is that sport. So, for example, what I mean by that, like people who do jiu-jitsu at a high level, right? A lot of these dudes are fucking nerds, like straight up nerds. Like clearly we're nerds, we're on here playing Runescape and shit, but they're fucking nerds. Like like for example, like dudes who do jujitsu at a high level, every once in a while you have a dude who's like a Chad or whatever. But for the most part, it's like, especially you're doing jujitsu as a little kid and you're winning all these tournaments, growing up, you're not out there getting pussy. You're not out there getting chicks. Like you're literally just doing jujitsu all the time. And you're training all day in, day out. Now, what comes with that is you have, like, if we're talking in RuneScape terms, we have 99 strength, 99 attack, 99 hit points. In life, you have 99s. So some people have 99 social skills, 99 financial skills, 99 whatever. You go all into your sport and you go 99 on that. But now you don't have the social skills, right? Or you don't have this, or you don't have that. So or you sacrifice so much that now when finally you're free, you're like, I'm gonna go ape shit. And I think to a degree that's what we're seeing with McGregor. Like when him losing the fights to Poirier and shit like that. Yeah, nice comparing. Yeah, him losing the fights to like Poirier and Khabib. Like when you lose a fight and you're a high level fighter and a high level competitor, that shit takes a piece of your soul. That shit fucking hurts bad. I train all day and I get late. But yeah, there's people who are outliers. You know what I'm saying? I train all day and it comes down to personality and character. Yeah, no, for sure. That's a fact. Like you can train all day and still be balanced in your life. You know, there's people who do that. But what I'm saying is, let's see if we can get a smite. What I'm saying is, there's certain people, certain personality types, Hold up. Okay, he's using the VLS. Yeah, so losing a fight in general hurts. No, that's a fact. Now imagine your family is watching and millions of people are watching and there's just so much on the line. It's not about the money. It's about pride. It's about ego to a degree. You know, there's a lot that goes into it, especially at a high level when you have competitors like guys like Michael Jordan, for example. You know, Michael Jordan would have bets with people, and if he lost that bet, he would hold a grudge, like a serious grudge, like he would hate you. So do you have those same types of guys fighting, and when they lose, they just crash out, you know? So that's where you see the partying. And this is another thing people don't get as well. When you're fighting and you win, it's the biggest high ever you can get. You can do all the meth in the world, you could do all whatever drug in the world, nothing's gonna compare to the high you get when you knock a dude out and you're on the cage and you're fucking going ape shit and your fucking shirt's off and the bitches are going crazy. There's nothing that compares to that. Like there's just not. So like, you know, someone like McGregor or any fighter for that matter who has drug issues, ultimately they're just trying to get that high again that you would get, because I don't know if you guys remember, Chuck Liddell was crashing out for a bit as well, allegedly. So that's the thing. Let's see. Michael Jordan was insane. Ooh, I can't imagine. So yeah, it's like, so I don't know that the money went to his head. Damn, we're getting big hits. I don't know if that the money went to his head, or if it's just that he lost those fights, and this is how he copes with the losses, and everybody being like, "Oh, you're trash now. You're washed. You used to be that guy. Now you're not." And in his own mind, he's trying to deal with the losses, you know. I think it's more of that. I don't know if it's the money going to his head per se. Or it could just be the money going to his head as well. Damn. Fuck. Getting fucked up. So now I'm going to risk a lot less, and I'm just going to do noob fights. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to switch it up. We're going to leave Bounty Hunter, and I'm going to go to a PvP world. Try to make some of this money back. Getting fucking destroyed. Well, that was avoidable, but again, I wasn't zoned in, wasn't locked in. So yeah, you know, Jordan, same shit. And he was seeing it with many fighters. Chuck Liddell, that's why you see Chuck Liddell whenever he was hey, what's a good PvP world? They haven't done PvP world in a minute. He hit a 44-45. You take on Khamzat versus Dricus. Yeah, that's a great fight. I think Khamzat's gonna win that. Dricus is a beast of a fighter. Khamzat is a beast of a fighter. I think the way it's gonna play out is gonna play out like similar to Khamzat's other fights. I don't know that Khamzat or Dricus is a great grappler off of his back. We haven't really seen that necessarily. Let's see if there's anyone who's trying to fight. So that's my take. I think Dricus has that weird ass style, and Khamzat is the perfect person for him. It's like a tailor-made match for Khamzat. I'm gonna do a couple DH fights. It's not a tailor-made match. It's no easy fight for Dricus by any stretch of the imagination. But if anybody's gonna beat Dricus, I would say Khamzat has a solid chance of beating him in that division. It would be either Khamzat or it would be RDR. See, DDP loses every fight on paper, but fortunately for him, he cannot read. Yeah, exactly. He got lucky as fuck. I'm mad. Who got lucky? DDP or the dude who hit the 44-45? He got crazy lucky, but that's what happens. You know, we were fucking too many people up. Jackass was like, nah, he's fucking too many people up. We have to change it up on him. So now we're gonna do DH. I haven't done DH pking in months, so this should be interesting. Should be real interesting. And same thing, everyone uses the Void Waker. You know what a 4570 is? Now, do you know what a 4570 is? Speaking of 4570, Kevin Holland, that was a damn good performance his last fight. That was a really good performance. He needed that shit. I could see him become a champion at 170 for sure. If the cards line up right and he gets the right fights, he could become a champion at 170. So this is my setup now. My +1 is gonna be the Ring of Suffering. But yeah, that I like that, you know, the reference. Yeah, bro, I'm hardcore in MMA. I'm in this shit. Like the Jackson podcast, their studio is right over here by where I live. I've been there a few times. You know, the MMA world in Orange County is a small world. The MMA world in general is a small world. We all kind of know each other. You know, like you, because there's only, I think there's like 1,000 pro fighters in the world. So, but yeah, that was some funny shit. I think Kevin Holland has a good chance of beating a lot of guys if he gets the right matchups at 170. Because he already beat Buckley. I mean, he's fought a lot of the best fighters. You know, he's been fighting that wrestling style for the longest. So, you know, he actually has a crazy knockout where he knocked the dude out from his back. He knocked out Jacare Souza from his back. And it's not something you really ever see. Holland fights so often. Yeah, bro's making money. Bro's making hella money. You know, there's a dude named Bob Sapp. I don't know if you guys know Bob Sapp. You guys know Bob Sapp? He was never in the UFC. But he was a dude who would fight. Yeah, no, I miss Melvin Manhoff in MMA. He's from my country. Melvin Manhoff was a beast. So Bob Sapp was a dude who would fight like let's say 7 times a year. And at one point in he was like 350 pounds all muscle. I'm gonna pull him up later. But at one point in time, people would say, oh, Bob Sapp is rigging fights. He's tapping out quick. Because he would go in there, he'd have these fights, which we've seen him fight, you know, guys like Pro Cop. We've seen him have crazy wars and not quit. And then all of a sudden, he just started like quitting these fights. But it's funny because he was a guy who was fighting 7 times a year, and he was getting paid like something like 300 or 400,000 a year because he was getting 30,000 per fight outside the UFC, and he would just fight 7 times. And if the fight went away he didn't like, he would just like tap out real quickly. But you don't get to the point where you're able to make paydays like that unless. So this is actually interesting. I'm gonna use the Sarah Dominion sword in this setup. And so this is how I like the PK. I like the PK in setups that no one else is using, because anybody can get a Void Waker and then just sit around and try to get a spec. That's not like real PK in my opinion. So this is my setup right here. And for you people who don't know, this amulet right here in this gear will allow you to get like 4 hits off. Like it will recoil. So if you get hit with a big hit, you're gonna recoil it onto them. So all we gotta do is find a good fight. Fight this guy. So yeah, so Bob Sapp, he would go in there, he would like get hit with a punch, tap out real quick, and then make $30,000, and then just do that 7 times in a year and make $300,000 or something like that. So, but he had no ego attached to his fight career. Most fighters are gonna have. I use the Ring of Recoil. The Ring of Recoil is great, but this one is better. It's the Ring of Recoil on steroids. It's unlimited recoils and big defense bonus. So I can kind of risk a little bit more. Because they're not likely to hit me as much. And I know I'm never going to run out of shots. So yeah, this is the problem with PKing around this time, is there's nobody else to fight. So let me see. Should we fight this dude? Whoa, amazing. I don't feel like giving him an advantage. Hit that like button. We're gonna wait right here, find somebody to fight. So one of these pussies want to fight. So this is why I don't like PvP worlds as well, because unless we go high stakes PvP world. And another reason I don't like is everyone just teleports. And then since I got to get my my construction up, like and subscribe. Oh yeah, you already know the deal. Let's see. Maybe I'll fight this guy. Fuck it. He's level 125, but I'll fight him. Fuck it. He's getting ragged by this dude for some reason. This guy's annoying as fuck. All right, let's go. Let's do it. The fuck was that slow ass? So yeah. This is my first DH fight in a long time. So let's see how this goes. You see that? See those 3 hits? That's because of the amulet plus my Ring of Suffering. So that's why I like this setup. It's not a usual setup people would use. and I'm risking right now. I'm 63 hit points. He could definitely KO me right there. Oh shit! And I got crates on me like it's bounty hunter. I didn't realize. I forgot that I had these crates, so I'm gonna have to teleport actually soon here. I got one food left. All right, let me get out of here. God is good, damn right. I'm gonna come watch you fight for a sec. Oh yeah, pull up. I'm in world 560. Definitely pull up. So we don't need these crates no more. And even we don't even need spec no more. In this setup that I'm in, I'm not even gonna grab spec. I don't feel like teleporting back to a home and then doing all that whole thing. So it's gonna get a bunch of Kwan bronze. Most of these guys aren't gonna fight very long, so I don't even need. This is Runescape. Runescape. It's an old ass game. They update it all the time though. It's one of the most funnest games, actually. Yeah, look at that. It's an interesting game. I'll put it like that. Need to find a fight. I'm gonna fight this dude. No one wants to fight. See, this is why I don't fuck with PvP worlds. Who you got? Roundtree versus Hill this weekend. I got Roundtree. Yeah, I got Roundtree. I think Roundtree. I don't know how it's gonna end up, but I just see Roundtree winning. I think it could be a real bloody, blood and guts type of fight. Because Jamal Hill, he's never shown that like he's able to like switch up his style completely and take somebody down. In the Glover to Sheriff fight, he showed it a little bit. He kind of did, but going back to Bounty Hunter, fuck this. He showed it a little bit, but one thing, he doesn't really have like a super diverse style. I think Khalil doesn't either, but the one thing about Khalil is he has really good Muay Thai. When Yuri Prohaska and Jamal Hill fought, the reason Jamal Hill lost that fight was because Yuri Prohaska decided to do a bunch of boxing training and he had crazy head movement and he just had, Hill will be champ one day. I can see it for sure. If Khalil fought Yuri, that would be an interesting fight. Khalil versus Yuri would be very interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, you guys can't see that. Yeah, you guys thought you're gonna see my pin. Nah, kid. Yeah, so that would be a real interesting fight. Khalil versus Yuri. Yeah, so the reason Jamal Hill lost that fight was because Yuri decided to get crazy head movement and basically actually use technique for once instead of just like being there and like taking a bunch of damage. And Jamal Hill did not know how to deal with Yuri's head movement, and he skill for skill, Yuri had better skill with his hands in that fight. And that's the thing with this Jamal Hill fight. Jamal Hill, if he's fighting Khalil. Khalil's a very skilled striker. So I just don't really see it going good for Jamal in this fight. Let me see. How are we gonna go out this time? I might use Crush. But how do you guys see going? If Jury drops hands versus Khalil, he's gonna get meet with Bob Marley and Pope Francis. I don't really see that. I don't really see that because Yuri doesn't fight like he drops those hands no more. As we've seen with the Jamal Hill fight, Yuri wants to beat Alex Pereira bad. He's like obsessed with beating Alex Pereira. So he changed his whole life. He changed his fight style, you know. So I just don't really see if he were to fight Khalil, I don't see Khalil knocking your Yuri out. I just really don't. I think it's a horrible matchup for Khalil. And in this setup, I'm going to use the G-Maul. I think this is the best setup to use the G-Maul. This is actually a really good setup to use a G-Maul. I'm actually going to use the Vesta Spear. Vesta Spear with the G-Maul. Damn it. How do I want to do this? Drew has a giant hole in his defense. He does have a giant hole in his defense, but he started cleaning it up. Like that last fight, he didn't really take a bunch of damage in that last fight against Jamal Hill. And Jamal Hill is a guy who probably hits harder than Khalil, in my opinion. I think this is the setup I'm gonna go with this time. Just this alone. Because in this setup, I don't really need a G-Maul. Because the spear is kind of a G-Maul in a way. It's like a upgraded G-Maul. Isaac, watch this Jamal fight. He improved a lot. He's a completely different fighter in that fight. And that fight was actually here in LA as well. I didn't see it live, but I had some friends who went to it and seen it live. Spear, G-Maul, axe. G-Maul again, if you big axe. All right, let's do it. Spear, G-Maul, axe, and G-Maul again. All right. Well, the thing is, though, if we're going to do it like that, there's no point in hitting using the spear because the spear, we're going to use it for the spec. So if we use the spear for the spec, my nickname in the octagon used to be Machiavelli, but I switched it over to just my real name, which is Maximo, Emanuele Maximo Adzo. I'm going to use the mace, Dragon Mace instead. Mark my words. The spear uses 50%. Mark my words. If Khalil and Yuri fight, there is a reason Khalil fought much better versus Alex compared to Yuri twice as a fighter and myself. Khalil is much smarter than Yuri. Well, the thing is, though, here's the thing, right? I mean, sometimes it's good to be a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen fighters who are fucking complete retards go out there, and since they're not thinking about so much stuff, they have like an extra gear. It's very weird, but I've seen it happen many times. And I'm not saying Yuri's a retard. Yuri, like he's in college, right? He's doing pretty well, but I think something like Khalil thinking so much, I think, would be the best way to defeat someone like that. And the fact that Alex Pereira and Khalil fought, and Khalil did better than Yuri, I don't really take much stock in that because styles makes fights. I think Yuri beats Khalil, but I think Alex beats Yuri, and Alex beats both of them. DDP in a nutshell, bro doesn't know what he's doing. He just operates on vibes. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes being a smart fighter actually is not a benefit at all. Like, you need to just go dumb mode. Like, there's a new dude in UFC. His name is Andreas Gustafsson. And he said he's going to go full retard when he fights. And then he had an incredible fight against Chaos Williams. And they're interviewing him after. And they're like, hey, so you saying that you were going to go full retard in this fight? And he's like, yeah, I always go full retard. And if you're going to fight, Yeah, you do need to go full retard. You need to go Neanderthal mode. You can't be thinking like, oh, what? I wonder what the meaning of life is, and I wonder if there are ancient aliens and blah blah blah. Nah, you need to just go full retard mode and go out there and whoop a dude's ass, and not care that you're getting punched, and not care about the future, and not care about anything other than whooping a dude's ass. Don't use the R word. Well, here, we're not politically correct over here. I'm just a black dude on Runescape and I'm a dirty rotten cage fighter. So yeah, we're gonna use the retard word over here. Cool 33 mil. I'm fucked, Gio. So anytime someone says they're fucked, they're probably, they know what they're doing. All right, let's get this guy. This guy's 33 mil. We'll be able to get our money back. Yeah. Here we go. Smart man. Aardwort making a comeback for real. Yeah, it is. Ooh, let's go. Might be able to get this dude out of here. Yeah, it is. Like, yeah, bring back. When I was a kid, like, we would say retard. We would call people that. I can't. Here he is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Damn. Yeah, I think this dude's AHKing as well. He did that switch pretty fast. Ooh. Hey, did you guys see how fast that dude did the switch? Is he AFKing? Yeah, like, we got to go back to the old days where we were calling people the F word. I can't say it here because of YouTube, but like, you guys ever heard Eminem's first album? Like, not his new shit, his old shit, the first album, when he's like, that's the shit I'm on. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of guy I am. I'm not with the politically correct shit at all. If you hear me and my boys talking, like, you'd be like, actually, no, you guys wouldn't be shocked, but these politically correct people would be like, I can't believe he said that. Like, nah, you say crazy shit. But yeah, Eminem's first album was the shit. Like, he had a song where he says, my words are like a dagger with a jagged edge that'll stab you in the head, whether you're or pants or dress. Hate, the answer is yes. Like, bro, you can never write that shit nowadays. And you guys don't know what I'm saying, but you gotta go look up the lyrics of Criminal. And that's just good music, regardless of if you agree with what he says or not. Which, in a song, he literally says half the stuff he says, he just says it to make you mad because you're not supposed to say it. And that's one thing about, like, that I thought was funny, because all these companies that were like all about Pride Month and all that stuff, even Jagex, they're backtracking from all that stuff now because people just aren't with it. People want to be able to say whatever the fuck they want to be able to say, and not feel like they're gonna get. Ooh, I got lucky. I got real lucky right there. This dude's AHK. I think he might be AHK. It's hard to tell. I got crazy lucky right there. And not feel like, they have to fucking walk on eggshells. Let's see, is this dude AHK? I'm gonna risk it. Fuck it. The fuck is going on? Got him. 30 mil. We got him. This dude fucking lied. He said 30 mil, 17 mil. Fucking clown. So we made our money back. Let me see. Don't need be spamming the F word or R word though. People start to realize you can't give an honest opinion anymore. Yeah, why? Yeah, world messed up. I love it. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be spamming it, but the thing is like for me, I'm a little different because when 26 people in the chat hit that like button, I'm a little different because the world I grew up in, when I'd be outside running, jogging, like, oh, I'm a little 13-year-old. I want to be a pro fighter. I'm gonna go run. Hey, fuck you, N-word. The fuck. I'm in Missouri. So for me, words really aren't a big deal. In the world I grew up in, we'd watch fucking Family Guy, all this shit. So for me, words aren't a big deal. So that's a nice little 17 miller. You know, bro said it was 30 mil. Bro fucking lied. Like, yeah, someone calls me an N-word. I'm just like, you got to come with something a little bit more. You got to be more creative than that. You know, that's old shit. This isn't 19 100 no more. You know, you got to come with some good shit. Come with something that's going to make me be like, damn, that was good. You know what I'm saying? So I think the major problem is people are just becoming too pussified, you know, too soft, too pussified. And that's like the main issue. So I got one, moon cricket. Yeah, exactly. I've heard that one plenty of times as well, which I don't understand that one because that's a weird one. Like, how does that, a moon cricket, like that doesn't even make sense. You know, we haven't even ever been to the moon, allegedly, you know, so pussified is crazy. Yeah, we're coming super pussified. I'm brown as shit, so don't trip. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know, moon cricket, you know, fucking jigaboo or whatever the fuck they say. Like, I don't know how they come up with this shit, but allegedly we've never even been to the moon. So let's get into that. You guys think we've been to the moon? If you understand what moon cricket means, you're racist as fuck. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a whole fact. But yeah, like, I'm not convinced that we've been to the moon. You know, call me crazy, but I've done some research on the shit, and it's highly suspect, especially since we've never been able to go back to the moon. You know, and these are things that, like, well, a lot of people are like waking up to these shits, but more people need to wake up to it. Like the JFK assassination. If you guys know much about that, a lot of weird stuff with that. Because we haven't. Yeah, we never been to the fucking moon, bro. You know, now there's all types of crazy theories, you know, but just because you like people, the problem is people just go too far with the shit. You know, like some people will be like, oh, the moon is someone's ball sack theory. It's like people just go too far with it, you know. You have to keep it within reason. Like, I don't think we've been to the moon. The moon is a weird thing because there's no other thing like it in space, from what I understand. You know, but looking back as an adult, looking at the footage, the fuck are these guys doing? Look at these guys. These fucking goofballs. The fuck are these guys doing? But looking back on it, like as an adult and looking at the footage of people being on the moon, it's like Holland in Australia. What do you mean? The term moon cricket comes from slaves singing when a full moon was out. The slave owners would make fun of them, calling them moon crickets, like crickets singing at the night. Dark joke. Yeah, that's interesting. That makes sense. I see it. You know, I have some some brutal white jokes though, you know. So nah, I'm fucking with you. There's not really much you could say, like, um, you know, what I've heard like is like cave dweller and shit like that. Jupiter has almost 100 moons. Yeah, Jupiter has 100 moons, but no moon in the solar system is like our moon specifically. Our moon has like special abilities that other moons don't have, allegedly. That's what I understand. You know, that's what I've heard. Um, so, and there's even theories that the moon is actually a space ship, you know, like an ancient spaceship, because the moon has like um some type of, they did some type of frequency thing on the moon, like the tides. Mean no, not like the tides. Like yeah, that's one thing exactly. Like the tides, that's one. But there's a bunch of theories, which I'll pull it up later. But like some people believe the moon is actually a spaceship because the way the moon is, it has some type of metallic thing on it. They did some type of like frequency shit on the moon, and the way it like resonated like it had different material in it that's not like necessarily organic material. So who the fuck knows? I don't know. Pacers in 7, I don't know. But the moon, there's a lot of weird shit with the moon. Hey, but here's another thing. You must love Eddie Bravo. Yeah, I met Eddie Bravo multiple times. He's good. He's a cool dude. I trained over there in LA with him and at his spot at 10th Planet. Cool dude. Me and him went down the fucking rabbit hole talking conspiracies. It was hilarious, bro. When I met him the first time, we went down the rabbit hole. We went to the moon. Life is really like a simulation, just like we have little control. I doubt we went to the moon. I highly doubt it, to be honest. Eddie Bravo says crazy shit. But does he though? He says some crazy stuff, but like if you really want to get into it, Eddie Bravo talked about a movie called Conspiracy is Silence. And you can actually see this movie on YouTube. And this movie was made in the 90s. And it lines up exactly with a lot of the shit that's going on today with Jeffrey Epstein and all this type of shit. So Eddie Bravo says a lot of crazy shit, but it ends up there's a lot of like things behind it. Here's one that Eddie Bravo talked about. He talked about the Akashic Records. The Akashic Records, right, is basically this idea that around Earth there's a thing called ether. I'm sure you've heard of ether before. It's like basically an energy force that's around the world or something like that, that Nikola Tesla talked about. A lot of people said that it's fiction, but then come to find out there's a video that's been going around. There's a video that's been going around recently of a like a plane that like disappears in mid-flight. Fuck. And it had a bunch of like Chinese technology experts or some shit on it. But basically the people who are experts on this shit who watched the video say that the video essentially confirms that ether is like a real thing and all this stuff. So it's like, and with that shit, with the ether, you have to know like a decent amount about religion, because I think it's like some Vedic shit. I don't know. Man, we're wrecking this dude. But he says a lot of crazy shit. But there's a lot of research. I mean, the world is a crazy place. The Alex Jones, perfect example. Hold on, kill this dude. We're not gonna give this guy the opportunity to kill us. Alex Jones, Eddie need their own tweaker network. But that's the thing. I don't think they're tweakers though. Like I met Eddie. Eddie smokes weed, but he's definitely not a tweaker. He's a dude who does a lot of research, and the deeper you go into the rabbit hole, the shit gets pretty deep, you know? I'm not saying everything they say is true, but you know, Alex Jones was obviously wrong about one thing particular. He's wrong. He was really wrong about one thing specifically, but destroyed that dude. Let me see. I can't wait to PK. Yeah. When you PK, you might get pieced up at first. You mean the airplane? Yeah, exactly. The airplane that disappeared mid-sea. Like, if you guys don't know, Alex lawsuit was fake. Apparently, he was liable for like $1 trillion or something crazy. But yeah, that airplane that disappeared across the middle of the sea. If you remember in that video, when they slow it down, you see orbs around the plane and basically a lot of shit. They put the video with a heat signature on it, and with the heat signature on the video, it basically confirmed that like dark matter or negative matter or ether was a thing. And there's people who look at that video who are experts, and they say that video can't be debunked. So, what's that about? So when Eddie's talking about ether and Akashic records and all this shit, it's like he sounds crazy, but there is evidence around this shit, And Eddie, he recently, I think he recently became Christian. Let's see. I was really good at PK, and I'm gonna watch before I step back out. Yeah, I think you'll catch back on quick. If you do it, I say bounty hunter is like, I like bounty hunter personally. I think it's the funnest way. The PvP worlds are annoying. We try to get this guy out of here quick. Fucking hate guys like that. Double kill. You can't be wrong about everything, but Eddie goes too far. Like what? What did he go too far on, in your opinion? Yeah, fucking double kill. So annoying. Look at this guy trying to snipe my kill. Look at this guy. He's about to try to attack. What's your RSN? My name's Emanuele. You can spell it. Here, I'll show you right here. I'm going to switch up the... Here we go. See it right here at the bottom? Emanuele. But my PM is off right now. I'll turn it on. Let's see, that was crazy. Yeah, that was fucking annoying. That was crazy. He moved. Let's see, on Joe's podcast, his friend claim him. So here's one theory. Yeah, exactly. Use RuneLight? Nah, I don't. I actually have one plugin I think is RuneLight, but I plugged it in like so long ago that I don't even know what I'm using. Like that's what this shit on the side is. I'm pretty sure it's RuneLight. But yeah, what's RuneLight? It's a plugin. So if you start playing again, you should definitely have some type of plugin. Like, it's like super helpful. But like, for example, let's talk about conspiracies for a second. See, right this right. True Tomakin. I don't know what the fuck that is. But like, for example, you guys know about cloning? When I heard about people talking about cloning, I was like, you are out of your fucking mind. Like, you're fucking crazy. Come to turn out, that shit is not crazy, because Bill Clinton made literally, actually, I'll show you. I'll pull it up. Hold up. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me pull this shit up, because I could say it all day, but you got to see it for yourself. Let's see. Here we go. Shit. Hold on 1 second. Technical difficulties. All right, here we go. It can say it all day, but all right, so let's talk about cloning, right? We want to talk about conspiracies and shit. Oh yeah, got you added, brother. My man. So yeah, you want to talk about conspiracies and shit. Look at this. This is real shit. This is not a joke. This is Bill Clinton talking about cloning, in human cloning specifically in 1997. All right, now look at this.
You like that, Enzo? I see you barking, boy. I got you 3 in a row.
Fucking ads.
That works for you. Yes, sir. I see what's on you.
William Jefferson Clinton.
Now, human cloning raises deep ethical concerns. There is virtually unanimous consensus in the scientific and medical communities that attempting to use known cloning techniques to actually create a human being is untested, unsafe, and morally unacceptable. 2 days ago, the Senate voted to take the time necessary to carefully craft a bill that will ban the cloning of human beings while preserving our ability to use cloning technology for morally acceptable and medically important purposes. Already, you have given us the scientific foundation for this debate. I thank you for that, and I urge you to continue to play an important role as the Senate and then the House considers this very significant issue in the coming year.
So yeah, so when we're talking about conspiracies, all right, when I heard about someone talking about, hey, cloning is a thing, right? I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. You're crazy. I don't even want to hear it. But clearly that was in 1997 where if cloning wasn't a thing, he wouldn't have to say to America, hey, we're putting a moratorium on human cloning. You know what I'm saying? So that's fucking insane. That's really crazy. That's one thing Eddie talked about. Now let's look at the one with the moon. The moon is a spaceship theory or whatever the fuck. Which I'm not saying that I agree with it at all. You're saying I must be paranoid when I get stoned. I used to smoke weed every single day, but now I don't even smoke. Let me see here. Let's see. The moon. The moon is a spaceship. And again, I'm not saying that this is the truth. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's a lot of crazy shit out there. Let's see. This one right here. This is a really good one.
Food is costing me a...
This guy makes great content.
This is the story of how Pipedrive can accelerate your business growth, streamlining the process when sales activities feel overwhelming.
Here we go.
To help navigate your next move,
spiritual, like
Pipedrive, driving business.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Surfshark.
This dude makes great
Despite
content.
it being humanity's constant companion through all of recorded time, the moon is still a mystery. Science hasn't been able to explain how the moon
I love this dude's content, Y-Files, but look at this shit.
was formed, its unusual orbit, its distance from us, its density, its composition, its structure. These are all still questions. Now, there are theories about the moon that solve some of these puzzles, but they don't solve all of them. There's only one theory that answers every scientific question about the moon. Just one. That the moon is a hollow artificial structure brought here by someone else. Let's find out why.
See what I'm saying? So when I was growing up, I thought we had everything figured out and blah, blah, blah. Like, no, there's a lot of crazy shit. So when you hear Eddie talking that crazy shit, is it really crazy?
Moon has been here forever. But there's controversy about this because scientists can't agree on how the moon was formed in the first place. The first theory of how the moon became linked to the Earth is the capture theory. It says the moon was just floating along, drifted near the Earth, and was pulled into orbit. This is almost impossible. Another explanation is the accretion theory, that the moon and Earth formed out of dust clouds in the early solar system. But when systems form through accretion,
this is how you know none of us really know shit. Like, no one knows what's going on. You need YouTube Premium. Yeah, I do need YouTube Premium. That's a fact. That's a whole fact. White Files is a great channel. Yeah, it is. They got some really good stuff.
they share similar traits. If the moon was formed this way, it would have an iron core, like the Earth. It would spin on an axis, like the Earth. But neither of these are true. The fission hypothesis was popular for a while, and this says the early Earth was spinning so fast that the moon was formed out of rock in the Pacific Ocean that was flung into space. But we later learned that moon rock is much older than the bottom of the ocean, so this is unlikely. The most popular explanation is the giant impact theory. This says that a large object about the size of Mars smashed into the proto-Earth.
Like, nobody knows what's going on. Everyone's just fucking theorizing and, you know, oh, I think this guy. Oh, I think a guy with big nuts created the moon. Or I think this. I think that. Like, bro, nobody knows what's going on. So when Eddie starts talking that crazy shit, for me, he's not crazy, because I think, you know, a lot of us think we know what's going on, but we really have no clue what's going on. You know, which for me, I've always been, you know, a believer of Jesus and a Christian, but it's been getting more and more solidified as time goes on, because I'm like, okay, we really don't know shit about the world. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the stuff in the Bible starts to make sense. Like, for example, you know, Eddie talks about, you know, giants, right? You know, in the Bible, in the first, like, chapters, they talk about giants, right? And, you know, the Smithsonian, we've confirmed they have a lot of giant bones, which I'm going to show you guys that as well. Watch this.
The debris field from the collision coalesced to create the Earth-Moon system. Again, these conditions would have to be so perfect that the odds are
astronomical.
right. Now, a recent theory is a combination of all of these, that a large object collided with the Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, essentially vaporizing it. And this vapor is called a synestia. And the synestia was spinning very rapidly, forming a torus. And the moon formed on the edge of this torus.
Whoa, hold on. Taurus? What's a Taurus?
Well, this shape is a torus.
That looks like a...
I'm going to skip to the good so we can start fucking people up again. Let me see. Let's see if there's, like, cliff notes. Oh, there's no cliff notes. Damn, what the fuck? That's a long ass video description. Let's see.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Happens on Earth is when we drill, dig, and mine, bringing older material to the
This is the most
start to during the
replayed
Younger
part.
Dryas.
All right, let's
Cultures
do it.
around the world have myths that did indeed happen during the Younger Dryas. Cultures around the world.
You guys know what the Younger Dryas is? So, you know how in the Bible they talk about the big flood? See, the Bible says outer space is real. You know how they talk about the big flood? And pretty much all these cultures talk about a giant flood. So the Younger Dryas is a situation that happened on Earth that for sure proves that there was a giant flood. So that's pretty fucking interesting shit.
Have myths that are in perfect sync with each other. The coincidences keep piling up. The Zulu legend talks about how the arrival of the moon changed the tides and stabilized the climate. And this is something that wasn't understood by science until the past 100 years. Yet somehow the ancient Zulu were able to make the connection between the moon and the tides and the seasons. All of these myths and legends, plus strange coincidences and anomalies about the moon, start to add up to a compelling theory that the moon is hollow, is artificial, and was placed here by intelligent beings long ago. But coincidences aren't proof, and myths aren't proof. We need to know what's been happening on the moon lately to see if we can make our case with.
And see, this is where shit starts to get weird. You know, and the moon is fucking weird. Like, the more you look at it, it's always different. Sometimes it's, you know, see, look up, bro. Fallen angels mixed with human, women hybrids, and giants. Look it up. Oh yeah, of course. I know about the Nephilim, 1000%.
hard evidence. Lucky for us, the evidence is there. Science tells us that the moon is a cold, lifeless place. It has no atmosphere. There hasn't been seismic activity for millions of years. Its core, unlike the Earth's, is cold.
Never been.
For a supposedly dead world, there's an awful lot of activity up there. On March 7th, 1971, a cloud of water vapor
Yeah, listen to this. This is where shit starts to get interesting, real interesting.
appeared on the moon that covered 100 square miles, and it was there for 14 hours before it dissipated. There's not supposed to be atmosphere on the moon, but for those 14 hours, there was. In fact, 6 astronomers in the past
The fuck is that about? If space is how's there atmosphere in space? Like, what the fuck? Like, we don't know what's going on. We don't know much about space. We don't know much about Earth. We don't know much even about our own ocean.
100 years have documented a glowing mist in the crater named Plato. The same mist, the same crater over many years. Boulder tracks are seen on the moon, all over the place. And that's weird enough, but how do boulders roll for miles and then go uphill, like in this photo?
Very interesting.
And since the days of Aristotle, astronomers have seen strange lights appear on the surface of the moon, sometimes visible with the naked eye. NASA even reported that between the years 1540 and 1967, there were 570 sightings of light flashes on the moon that couldn't be explained.
So when you hear Eddie talking that crazy shit, you know, is he really crazy? Is the shit he's saying really that much out of pocket? You know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. Because I've met Eddie, you know, multiple times and had conversations with him. And he's a smart dude. And Rogan's a really smart dude, you know? So the fact Rogan's not going to have anybody who's like dumb around him, you know? So until you have, you know, a lot of things will sound crazy until you have more information. And that's the thing. Let's see. Then only history, case Bible, more true than we think or want to believe. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the stuff in school is kind of made for you to set your worldview in a way where you're not going to be able to think outside of a box, or when you start to get different information, you're going to reject it immediately. And that's one of the main purposes of school, I think. So, for example, even when it goes into stuff like the Vedic texts and stuff like that, they talk about like crazy technology, like the pyramids. Like, you guys know the pyramids, we don't know shit about the pyramids. Like, we don't even know how they're made. Every day they're finding new stuff out about it. So when Eddie starts talking that crazy shit, it's not that it's crazy, it's just that the world is more complex than we know. And just look at 2020, right? This was eye-opening to me. In 40 years and 50 years from now, when they write the history, like, we lived through 2020, so we know what it was, right? But when they rewrite it, they're gonna write it as if it was the craziest time ever and people were dying left and right and blah blah blah. Some people may have died, but you guys remember like the Spanish influenza, how that was covered in school, at least in American school. You know, so now I have to question what really even happened there, because we read it in the book in school. We're gonna assume that that's really what went down, you know, or it went down exactly the way they said it did. And that's the thing. So when Eddie talks that crazy shit, it's just more of he's looking for the real answers. And for people who don't know, we're talking about Eddie Bravo, because we got into a talk about conspiracies in the moon and shit. So we're not about to whoop this dude's ass. Oh yeah, about to destroy this dude. Let's see what we can do in this next hour on stream, because the goal was to go 5 hours and see what happens, you know. So far, we got a 10-fight kill streak before, and now we're back trying to get another 10 fight. This dude has an AGS. I'm pretty sure we're up on the money, you know, because that last kill I got. Let's go. Billy Carson. Well, Billy Carson's a fraud. He's been exposed. And there's a lot of guys like that. Like, did you see Billy Carson's debate with that like theologian dude? And he got absolutely cooked and he like quit the debate. Because there's a lot of things where, you know, Billy Carson, I don't know about that dude. Like, there's a lot of things about him that's like very questionable. Wes Huff, yeah. Billy Carson got exposed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Wes Huff thing. And then, see, these guys always do the same thing. They'll start to run and then they'll try to spec. But yeah, the Wes Huff thing, Billy Carson sounds good. He's a good orator. But when it comes down to it, who the fuck made him an expert of you know, ancient Egyptian and Thoth and all this shit? Like, who the fuck made him an expert? You know what I'm saying? And then when he gets pressed by an actual expert, his whole story, his whole thing crumbles quick. You know, dude had like references and oh, you're talking about this book right here? He just pulled the book off the thing. So it's like, that's the thing. Billy Carson sounds good. And I think some of the stuff Billy Carson says might be true. Not everything is false. I think it's somewhere in the middle. But yeah, like the tablets of Thoth, that's interesting to me. Super interesting. You know what's really interesting to me? You guys ever seen the X-Men? It's funny to me how life and fiction can go together. So the next thing I'm gonna show you right now is like real life X-Men shit. So there's a thing called the autism files or something like that. So basically, you know, there's like unclassified documents of basically all these events where different governments were looking into telepathy. And there's a bunch of situations where autistic kids, non-auditory autistic kids basically who are autistic, who can't talk, basically having like, you know, remember in X-Men, Professor X? How Professor X was in the wheelchair? Oh, we're about to get this dude out of here. Let's go. Got him. 1.5 mil. Yeah, the telepathy tapes. Exactly. See, you guys know what I'm talking about. The telepathy telepathy tapes. So what the fuck is that about? That's real life X-Men shit. Professor X type shit. So that's what I'm saying. There's just more to the world than we understand or know. And Eddie is a guy who is always looking for more information and looking for the truth. You know, and he has an open mind. The moment you start to be like, nah, we got it figured out, we figured everything out, then you're going to be manipulated or used because who told you that we figured everything out? You know what I'm saying? We don't have it figured out. Because still to this day, they find new animals. You know, we don't even know. I think we only have like, we don't even know like 90% of what's in the ocean. And there was like seismic waves or like tapes of some shit in the ocean making like some crazy ass mechanical noise that they can't explain. And even still to this day on Earth, there's places on Earth that we're just now discovering Like there's a thing called the Gartha, right? This guy's an AH carrier, blunt slot. There's a thing called the Gartha. It's an ancient idea of basically a place inside of Earth that is like highly advanced, right? And for the longest, people would be like, that's impossible. You can't have an atmosphere inside of Earth, right? But then in not in Thailand, in Vietnam. In Vietnam, they found a cave that's super deep into the earth that has its own atmosphere, and just from a little amount of sunlight has its own atmosphere. And people say who live in the area, there's beings that live in that cave. So, and people for the first time last year went to that cave, and there's pictures of it. I'll pull those pictures up in a second. But it just goes to show, like, we don't know half of what's even on the earth, you know? Because if that thing is there, if you open your mind too much, your brain will fall. That's a fact. That's the thing. Like, for me, it's like someone said earlier, oh, if I smoke, I must just be super paranoid. Nah, for me, I'm just like, you know, is what it is. Like, if someone would be like today, hey, do you know there was a big ass alien that showed up confirmed? I'd be like, yeah, I don't doubt it. You know, I really don't doubt it. I expect the unexpected. Remember last year or earlier this year when there was drones all over America that were unexplained, and then everyone just stopped talking about it and then just went away, and no one knows what the fuck that was about or what that was. Like, what the fuck is that about? You know what I'm saying? I've actually seen a UFO. Real shit. Real story. For the longest, I wouldn't say anything about it because I was like, nah, people are gonna think I'm crazy, this and that. But here's the thing. I know I'm not crazy because I was there with my sister, and she's seen it as well. And I called her and made sure she would see it because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't seeing shit. So, and what I saw was exactly, there's been multiple videos of it. It's the same fucking shit. Like, it's like an orb, like it does a lot of weird shit. So for me, ever since then, that was like years and years and years ago. Ever since then, I've always kept an open mind, because when I told people what I saw and my sister saw it with me, they're like, you're fucking crazy. Or my brother was like, oh, you're crazy. There's no way. But I fucking saw it. You know what I'm saying? His sister was like, damn, this fool's crazy. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. I mean, I'm sure you guys heard about the Phoenix Lights, right? The Phoenix Lights, like, there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on. All right, here we go. We got a crazy fight right now. This is gonna be a tough fight. We're fighting Switzerland again. Here we go. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting fight right here. Both of us could get KO'd, you know. I wonder what his spec is. 25 people in the chat, hit that like button. We're about to fuck Switzerland up right now. Let's go. Gotta make sure I eat. I can get KO'd right here. Hey Phil, you still in the chat? What do you think of this the Soul Reaper? It's basically like an upgraded version of the Doric's axe. Of Doric's great axe. Like, as far as the design goes. And this Dragon Mace I'm using is the DH version. It's not, there's the BH version. It's not a regular Dragon Mace for you guys who are like, you know, you just start playing again. But yeah, when it comes to that conspiracy talking shit, I could talk about this shit all day. I love that shit. Ooh, let's go. Yeah, he had to run right there. We're about to get him the fuck out of there. Yeah, he's using... Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, exactly. It is interesting. Yeah. Recovery. As a new RS player who's interested in starting old school RuneScape for the first time, first time ever, what's the best place to look for beginner guides and stuff? That YouTube. 28 people in the chat, hit that like button. YouTube is the best guide, literally for anything. Like if you want to do a quest that's really hard, which that shit, when I was starting the game years and years ago, a fucking quest will make you quit the fucking game. Like Desert Treasure back in the day before there was these guides, that shit will make you quit the game. So quests, literally just do it step by step on YouTube. That's literally the best thing. PK guides, like, you know, pking for me is the funnest part of the game. How to make money guides, like everything. Let's see, Switzerland's trying to fight. Here we go. 30 people in the chat about to get the KO. Hit that like button. So yeah, I could talk that conspiracy shit all day. Let's see. The GOAT for guides. Yeah. There's all types of fucking guides. But it's funny. It's funny to me, like, some people, you know, are brand new players to the game. And it's pretty cool, though. Like, the game has stood the test of time where, yeah, new people coming into the game still to this day. Here we go. Shit. Well, yeah, one thing about this game is, like, once you start, you don't really quit, you know? Oh, we're fucking this dude up. Ooh, okay. Shit, almost died right there. That was a close call. That was a real close call. Gotta be careful here. Here comes a KO. Here it comes. Here it comes. I'm gonna switch up the style. Yeah, even mobile. Yeah, mobile is like a whole new world. Like the mobile game is actually legit as well. Let me see. Mobile did great stuff for us in this game. Finished DS2 this morning, 100 KC already. Yeah. Oh, you did Desert Treasure too? That's wild. That's legit. All right, I'm gonna switch up the style. I'm gonna put on Oath Plate. Only got a couple seconds. And I'm risking a decent amount. I'm gonna put on Oath Plate with the Guardian boots. Here we go. But yeah, there's nothing like RuneScape. You know, there's literally no game like it. It is the best game. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna lock in for this fight because this is a good amount of money for this fight. It's looking like a 30 mil if I kill this dude. And I brought the wrong weapon. Fuck. Brought the wrong special weapon. Here we go. Hit that like button. Need everybody hit that like button. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, had to risk it right there. Had to risk it. That was sick. Survived that. Here we go. Let's go. I had the wrong weapon on me, but we'll just do our best with this. Here we go. Ooh, let's go. That was close one. I switched it over to accurate. Ooh, that was a close call. Hey, this dude's fucking good. Switzerland is legit. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna exit. I need to get the right weapon, the right special weapon, which is gonna be the Vesta spear to finish this dude off. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in for this fight because this is a good amount of money on the line for this one. Here we go. Anyways, I'm gonna lead, boys. Hey, hit that like button before you go. My man, we on here all the time. Here we go. This is about to be a crazy fight right here. And like I said earlier, I'm gonna show you guys the evidence of the Giants from the Smithsonian. Hit that like button. 33 people in the chat. Let's go. We're trying to get to 100. We're trying to get to 100. Let's get it. Let's see. I only got a couple seconds, so I always have to run back out so I can re-gear. But I'm gonna get this guy out of here this time. Here we go. Let's go. All right, watch this. 34 people in the chat. Hit that like button. I'm trying to get to 100. Here we go. Watch. About to get this kill. Here we go. Let's go. Let's get it. I have to set it up the way I like it. You know, this is how I have it set up so I can easily triple eat. You know, if I were to die here, it'd be because the way I have it set up is a little bit differently right now. And this is perfect because when I have this weapon, he can't hit me. Then I'm immune to melee with the Vesta spear. All right, watch this. Oh shit, it's not hitting. Here we go. Let's go. Switch it over to strength. Let's go. So bad. Yeah, okay. We'll see, kid. That's probably woke trans in the player woke trans who we fought yesterday in the chat. That we cooked. He's mad because we cooked him. Leonard. Fruitcake. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. About to cook this dude up. Let's go. Oh, wow. That's why I had it on the wrong thing. He might survive this time. Ooh, shit. All right, here we go. He might survive this round. But next round, for sure, we're going to get Switzerland out of here. Right there. Boom, chance. Shit. Ooh. Almost. Careful. Almost. All right, here we go. Shit. He's fucking us up right now. Yeah, he got a couple haters. You know what it is. Probably a dude that I KO'd for his whole bank. Yeah, Leonard is a dude I definitely KO'd for his bank before. Oh, he's gonna run. He got lucky. He got real lucky there. It's about to be over for him right there. If I would have used that last spec. All right, this time around, I'm gonna get this dude out of here. Then we're gonna get into the giant evidence. Here we go. 16 seconds left. Yeah, there's no escaping now. We're locked in right here. Here we're gonna have to fight. Got him. Oh, he got lucky. Shit. Let's go. What you guys think? Am I gonna get this dude out of here? This dude's fucking good. He's trying to set us up for a big KO right here. Yeah, he's cooked. What's that? 80% of capes are just bought, just facts. I mean, you know, let's say about capes being, let's talk about capes being bought, right? So here's the thing. Like, if capes are being bought, somebody has to be good enough to do the capes, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a weird thing. You guys act like people don't play the fucking game and aren't good at the game or some shit. Here we go. Let's go. Damn, what the fuck, man? This dude's lucky as fuck. Let's go. He's about to run. Not gonna let him run. I'm hitting him with the fake smite. Make him think I'm smited. So he stays. Got him. Oh, wow. You have to be shitting me. You see that? Bro got lucky as hell there. Damn, that was a good fight. Damn, good fight. Bro got lucky as hell. Crazy lucky. Damn. Oh, shit. All right, so Switzerland says, what's up, guys? Yeah, so now we're going to get back into the Giants, right? So here we go. Let's see this shit. Let's go. Boom.
Sightings of strange lights continued to this day. The Aristarchus crater was photographed in 1992, and it shows a glowing blue light, now called the Blue Gem. And this anomaly has been seen by Earth-based telescopes every few years since. Some have even speculated it's a fusion reactor. And these events of mysterious light and mist happen so frequently that there's even a name for them, transient lunar phenomena, or TLPs. But things get even more weird. There are plenty of photographs of what appear to be artificial objects on the surface of the moon. Towers that reach several miles
Look at this shit.
high, pyramids, symmetrical structures. These have been photographed by astronomers, probes, even the astronauts themselves. And the biggest anomaly of all? Why haven't we gone back to the moon?
Very highly suspect. Highly suspect. All right, so now let's get into the Smithsonian giant shit. Smithsonian. I don't know how they think of these names. Let's go. Giants, bro. No bullshit. Oh, Y-Files did one on this as well.
What's real and original is in your bones, not inspired by some famous face.
White, black. Hold on.
Research on your skin.
This episode
He said white, black. Well, the thing is about Leonard is mad because, you know, my schlong is giant. That's the thing. That's where he has a thing where he secretly wants to be black. It's very strange. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. But Leonard secretly wants to be black. So when I KO him for a build, you know, he just gets mad.
of the Y-Files is brought to you by the Hecklefish Talking Plushie. Yes, that's a thing. In 1886, mining engineer John T. Reed was told the Paiute legend about a race of giants. Giants who, after a long and bloody war, were defeated by the natives near Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Reed's belief
I have giant balls.
in this legend stirred great interest in the secrets held within
But Leonard already knows that because he, you know.
Lovelock Cave. Official excavations were undertaken in both 1912 and 1924 by the University of California, with reports telling of thousands of artifacts being recovered. Of these artifacts, the most puzzling were human remains. Well, they were almost human. Skeletons measuring between 8 and 10 feet tall were said to be found during the dig.
So, like we were talking about earlier, Eddie Bravo, like, you know, there's a lot of crazy shit out there, you know? This is real life. Like, they found 8-foot tall people.
Skeletons belonging to who are now known as the Lovelock Giants. Legends of people of enormous size are told across a myriad of cultures. And despite what we've been told by mainstream science, there is evidence to suggest they really existed. The remains of skeletons have been found across shells, huge stone axes, 2 spears, and thin sheets of quartz.
This is the most replayed part, so let's see this.
And the sheets of quartz were covered with symbols. And he had another interesting feature, a double row of teeth, both upper and lower. Over the past 200 years, more than 1,000 accounts of 7-foot and taller skeletons have been found across North America. Newspaper accounts, town and county histories, letters, scientific journals, diaries, photos, and Smithsonian ethnology reports have carefully documented this. The Smithsonian Institution is mentioned dozens of times as the recipient of enormous skeletons from across the entire United States.
So,
And if that's true, then where are the bones?
crazy. So, you know, there's more to this shit that meets the eye. You know, and obviously they're not gonna. So when we were fighting Switzerland earlier, we were risking 40 mil. I like the oath plate gear. I do. I think it works better than even the Vesta gear. So I'm gonna rock oath plate with the 40 mil pixel money. Exactly. 40 mil real life money. I'm gonna use the ancient god sword so Phil can see some of the new weapons. Do you do wrist fights? Yeah, I do wrist fights, but It just depends. You know, I do wrist fights all the time. We did a few wrist fights on the stream. Like, you know, I mostly just do bounty hunter, playing old games because IRL, he got veteran mode for his blackest, for his blackness, something ish. I don't know. I don't know what that means, kid. This dude is a weirdo. I'm not even going to block him because he's such a goofball. Like, this dude's a legit weirdo, you know. Let me see. What are we gonna use here? I'm gonna use the light bear with brimstone. Do it. Yeah, Leonard is a goofball. Hey Leonard, let's see what you look like. Where you from, Leonard? You're a good kid. You're a good kid. But yeah, so I do wrist fights. It just has to be the right. Like, someone wanted a wrist fight for 500 mil the other day. A lot of people AHK nowadays, so which I'll still whoop your ass if you AHK, but I'll wrist fight the right person essentially. I usually go around like 100 mil max. And maybe one stream I'll do like a bunch of wrist fights on stream. Let me see here. I've only been playing old school wrestling for 7 months, and I have 5 depth levels off max combat. Want to learn the PK? Any tips for a newbie? I have about 1.5 bill in the bank. Yeah, I got a few tips. So earlier I was going into like different styles of PKing. Now I'm just trying to have fun, and for this I'm gonna use a different style and see what happens. This guy's the clown, so I'm gonna spec him and I'm gonna run. Like, this dude's such a fucking clown. I'm just gonna spec and run him because that's all this dude does. Yeah, fucking clown. So watch. If I'm gonna kill this dude, watch how I kill this dude now. If you want tips about how to PK, I'm gonna show you how to PK a goofball like that. So with this type of guy, the ancient god sword, it's not gonna really work. For him, we're gonna need claws. We need dragon claws to take him out. And I'm gonna switch up. I'm gonna take off my oath plate. I'm gonna put on Vesta armor with the Ring of Suffering combination with, let me see, with the primordial boots. Boom, boom. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll put on a Fury. All right, watch this. I'm gonna do so much damage on this dude, this goofball. This is how I did Leonard. Leonard, I just slap him up in IRL, you know, but he's a slaphead. That's what we call him. But he's a good kid, you know. He's a good kid. But now watch how I take this dude out. This dude's just gonna spec right off the bat and try to run. Damn, I forgot my shield. I forgot my shield, so I gotta go back. I'm doing something a little bit different this time. I'm gonna use a Blessed Spirit shield for the magic defense. This basically neutralizes the Void Waker. To a degree. All right, watch this. You gotta talk a little shit to him, you know. See what I'm saying? Fucking clown. Or I might even grab a Void Waker for this dude. What a clown. Guys like this don't actually know how to PK. 10-tick D-claw spec. This dude's a fucking nerd. Imagine being such a nerd that you're like counting the ticks while someone's PKing. Imagine being such a nerd. But regardless, he's a good kid, you know. Here we go. Let's get it. Let me zone in. Let me lock in for a second. See, we almost got him out of there right there. This guy's a fucking clown. Get a grip. Who? Yeah, don't risk a lot learning, brother. Yeah, definitely don't risk a lot when you're learning, you know, because you get a lot of goofballs like, I'm gonna grab the Void Waker. All right, here we go. We grab the Void Waker. You're so bad at the game, man. Jeez. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm pretty sure this dude's watching the stream too. He's stream sniping. That's how he knows. I feel like he knows he's gonna spec right off the bat. See? Yeah, fucking clown. Ooh. Almost. All right. I know what I'm gonna do. I still had a spec left, but I hate people who PK like this. Because it's just such a pussy way to PK. Like, it takes zero skill. You're just literally running up, specking and running. That's it. It's coward shit. See, maybe you should fight first. Leonard sounds like an easy win. You guys see that? Drop a like and subscribe, my man Jonathan. Oh yeah, hit that like and subscribe button, guys. We're trying to hit 100 viewers. And you know, we got some free loot on the ground, so we'll pick that up. You know, a little easy, what's that? 40K. A quick 40K. You guys see what I did there? I put on the redemption prayer, and that made it to where it was basically damn near impossible to kill me unless he just gets a perfect spec off. Look at this fucking clown. Such a pussy. Like and subscribe. Gotta head to work. My man, have a great day at work. Appreciate you. Much love, and be on stream a lot more. I'm about to skip this dude. This guy's such a pussy. Should I keep fighting this dude? Because I have better odds of killing him than he has of killing me. I'm gonna fight him again. Fuck it. Here we go. Gotta make my setup correct. Here we go. Shit. I'm about to clip this dude. All right, here we go. Fuck. But we didn't really lose shit. You see that? The thing is, he killed me, so I still kept all 4 items because the prayer came off at the wrong moment. So it's what it is. Fucking clown. Hate that dude. I'm gonna block him. Such a pussy. Because to a degree, he has a slight advantage. Very slight, because he gets the first hit. See, I'm not sculling. But if you guys ever see that dude in Bounty Hunter and you get him as your target, skip him or rag him. I should have ragged him. All right. Leonard says, "You're so bad." Okay, kid. I'm gonna keep this set up. He did bad, you did worse. My dude, the old school that's what's up. Did you see Norman Jr. KO? Norman Jr.? Nah, I didn't see that KO. What fight card was that? No, I definitely didn't see that. Norman Jr.? That doesn't ring a bell. Let me see here. How do I want to go? Man, Leonard, who's so aggressive, don't sound like a black man. Yeah, Leonard's not a black dude. He's more likely than not. He's like, I'm not even gonna say, but he's definitely not a black dude. He's a fucking cornball, goofball, weirdo. He secretly wants to be a black man. Like, he's the type of dude who would be that you see, you know, on some videos sometimes. You guys ever heard of Adam 22? Yeah, he's like an Adam 22 type of guy. You know, a cup. That's what Leonard is. But he's a good guy. He's a good kid. Leonard looks like Courage Calorie Dog. In Dutch, calling me cancer names. Haha, what a goofy. Yeah, he is a goofy. He's a straight up goofball, isn't he? I gotta go to the Netherlands sometime. You guys ever heard of Bas Rutten? He's a Dutch fighter, great fighter, old school guy. Yeah, I like the Netherlands, really cool place. If I'm gonna go anywhere, next I want to go to Italy. I've never been there, and I want to go to the Netherlands and check that out. The food is great. Visit Amsterdam, exactly. You know, got to go to Amsterdam. I heard about Amsterdam. I heard about the red light district. Nah, I'm fucking with you. But yeah, Amsterdam. Let's see here. Is that Amsterdam? Yeah, for some reason I used to think that was in Germany, but that's clearly not in Germany. It's probably like the top place people go to in Europe, right? It's like the Vegas of Europe. Shout out to Amsterdam. Amsterdam is lit. Yeah, you ever seen the movie Euro Trip? I mean, I guess you guys are Europeans, so you might not have seen it, but the movie Euro Trip, pretty good movie. And they went to Amsterdam in that movie. Seen that when I was like in 5th grade. Damn good movie. All right, I'm gonna kill this guy because gotta redeem myself. We're still up money-wise, but see. Want that big like highlight reel KO. It's about to hit 5 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, he's definitely not black. He might be using ChatGPT though to speak in that language, because he's obviously a goofball, cornball. We got another dude right here, Chaos Druid. He's a typical. I'm gonna get claws. If we don't kill him on this one, I'm gonna get claws after and kill him. Any of you guys ever been to California before? Let's zone in for a second. Damn. I don't know how he survived that one. I thought he was gonna die on the bench. So this one, when this guy, if this guy survives, I'm gonna go get the claws. All right, watch this. I'm gonna use the Soul Reaper with the claws. I'm gonna switch the helmet to Torva. I'm gonna switch my boots to Dragon boots, so I can use my claws. This is brutal. This is a nasty combo right here. Stockholm, Sweden, beautiful place. Alexander Gustafsson, great fighter from Stockholm. Did you go to the fight with when Alexander Gustafsson fought in Sweden, Anthony Johnson? He got knocked out, but Gustafsson, one of the best fighters ever. I see what we're risking. Perfect. Here we go. I want to get a big smite on stream. All right, here we go. Now he's not much of a threat. Ooh, big hits. Damn, he got lucky. Let's go. I'm gonna open up on him now. Got 30 seconds to get him out of here. Next one, I'm gonna grab the light bearer. In a second here, he's gonna have spec again, or he's gonna have venge again. You gotta watch out for that. Got him. Got his punk ass. That's how it's done, Leonard. That's how it's done, little guy. Got him. just 1 mil, but you know, it's just more about getting the kill. You know, and he was out too. He could have been, you know, just a little bit longer. Would have been able to get smite him. I think this crate is gonna have something big in it because it's been a minute since got a big drop from a crate. Nah, nothing. So I like this combination of the claws and the Soul Reaper. I'm gonna keep the Soul Reaper and I'll put back on. I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna take off the Ring of Suffering. I'm gonna try this combination. Got another 10 minutes and I gotta go to the gym. But yeah, guys, it's been an amazing stream. Appreciate you guys. Let's see if we get a big kill. You know, I said we were gonna go 5 hours. You know, at one point I had like solid amount of people in, like almost 40 people. So I'm gonna go out with a bang. Why does Khalil sound like Key and Peele when they act white? Well, it's funny you said, because Khalil Roundtree, for one, like when you talk about people acting white, I don't know if you noticed, but Khalil Roundtree's dad was a big time gangster. Big time. He actually got murdered. He was like in the music industry. He was he had a band, or one of the biggest acts called H-Town, I believe. That they had some really good songs. And he got murdered, you know, in the music industry. So when people talk about acting white, I mean, he's not acting white, he's just being himself, you know. Like for the longest, for example, like sometimes I'd fucking hide, like, so I like Korn, right? Like the band Korn. Like I would like sometimes like not listen to Korn because I'm like, nah, this is white people's music. Nah, it's not. There's no acting white. There's just like words. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does acting white even fucking mean? I don't know what that even means. Then his mommy married a white dude. I thought he worked for Boys to Men. It's either Boys to Men. All right, we got this goofball CC Central. It's either Boys to Men or H-Town, something like that. And his mom married a white dude. Well, why is it about him being a white dude? Why can't it just be his mom likes this dude, so she gets with them? Like, and typically the man is the one who pursues the woman, right? So I mean, I don't know if it's about her marrying a white dude or if it's just about her liking a dude and getting married to him. You know what I'm saying? And even saying someone's white or black isn't even a thing, because I'm sure, I mean, I don't know if you guys like this in Europe, but nah, it's like you're European, right? You're Swedish, you're German. Swedish and German people are not the same thing, right? So, you know, in Africa, I'm from Africa. In Africa, no one calls you black or white, right? It's, oh, you German? Okay, cool. Or I gotta switch up my my textile. Is you're German? Okay, cool. Or you Togolese? Okay, cool. Or you know what I'm saying? That's more of what it's like. So the whole black and white thing is a thing that started to keep people divided, because no one's actually white. Like, you know, for example, Italians were looked down upon and looked as like, you know, being lesser than. They weren't considered white until not that long ago. Same thing with Irish people. When Key and Peele, because they're actors. Well, yeah, there's the typical prototypical, like, I am a white man, like, you know what I'm saying? But that's not really a thing, you know. All right, let me lock in, because this guy's such a goofball. He's gonna try spec right away, probably. Here we go. Go ahead and get him. See what I'm saying? Like everybody PKs like this is so fucking. I'm not trying to be racist, just curious about his accent. Yeah, no, for sure. It's not being you're not. I never said you're being racist. I don't take it like that at all. It's just like ingrained, you know. He's not being. He doesn't even have an accent. That's just how he speaks, you know. I mean, I think he grew up in L.A. I don't remember where he grew up from, but this is how he speaks, you know. Not everyone's gonna speak like Kevin Holland. Like Kevin Holland doesn't have a, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, here we go. I gotta lock in and kill this dude. He's from Vegas. Is he? I don't think he's from Vegas though. I think he trains in Vegas. I don't think he grew up in Vegas. But I could be wrong. You might know better than me. Let me see. And Khalil's a dude who's like a very soft-spoken dude, but he's a dude that if you get him pissed off, he'd probably crash out real quick, you know. I know guys like Roundtree. Almost. I never met Roundtree. People are inherently racist. Honestly, I think incest, intent, and purpose behind words and actions matter. Yeah, a lot of people are inherently racist. It's not even about being racist. It's just more that you're kind of like trained to a degree. Like it's ingrained in you. Not to say you're racist. I'm just saying, like, you know, like there's nothing wrong with the way Khalil talks. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just talking how he talks normally. But yeah, so like for me, I was talking about Korn earlier. Yeah, I like Korn, right? The band. And I actually like a lot of quote unquote white people music, right? I like music in general. But when I was younger, I was like, oh shit, I can't listen to this because this is white people music. Oh, I can't let anybody catch me listening to this. This is white people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, fuck out of here. There's culture, music, different things. That whole white black thing is just a way of getting people separated. That's why it even became a thing. No one was considered white or black until 1840 or something like that. See what I'm saying? These guys don't know how to PK. This is all they do. They just do the same shit. And this guy's thesis is a fucking clown. So yeah, I believe everyone is racist. It's the hot take of mine. Elaborate on that. What do you mean by that? Let's see. 200K kill. Yeah, what do you mean by that? Everyone's racist. I mean, there's a difference between being racist and being prejudiced. But I mean, I've met plenty of people who have zero racism in their body. I try to listen to boxing podcasts, and some of them are so pro-black it starts to be anti-Mexican, anti-white. I don't know about that. Because here's the thing, right? I just made a video recently on Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Crawford, right? And when I made that video, I already knew immediately everyone's gonna say, because you know, I believe Terrence Crawford's gonna win that fight. instantly people saying, oh, you're just saying that because he's black. You're just saying that because he's black. Bro, I could give a fuck less if he's black, if he's Mexican, or what he is. I look at the technique because I'm trying to make money on these fights, right? So for me, I could give two fucks if he's black or if he's white or whatever the fuck he is. It's all about just straight X's and O's for me. It's all about straight X's and O's for me. And Terrence Crawford is a nightmare matchup for Canelo. That's really what it comes down to for me. You know, Crawford is too small. But no. He's not too small, right? Because number one, Canelo struggles with smaller fighters. He's way too fast for Canelo. That's what what you guys aren't seeing. So when I say, like, Terrence Crawford's gonna whoop Canelo's ass, Canelo's gonna see, here comes the Canelo dick riding, right? But Floyd whooped his ass. Now watch this. When I say Floyd whooped Canelo's ass, people are gonna be like, oh, well, you're just saying that because Floyd is black. Like, come on, bro. Come on, you know? But no. Let me see what you were saying, Damon. Let's see here. Damon, because you had a good point earlier. You said something about you being Puerto Rican. Well, I'm half Puerto Rican, half white. In Puerto Rico, I met people hating me for being white. Well, Puerto Rico, you know, nobody in Puerto Rico is white or black. Everybody in Puerto Rico is mixed. So means I find people might have hated you in Puerto Rico for being white, but those are like low class people who are gonna hate you for being white. You know what I'm saying? Or being half white. Because if they hate you for being mixed, that's retarded, because everybody in Puerto Rico is mixed. You know what I'm saying? Puerto Ricans are literally the mixed people. Mr. Emanuele, you do sound like, do you still Khalil or Rampu? I think Khalil's gonna win this weekend. I think it's a bad matchup for Jamal. Real bad matchup. I really want Khalil to win. Yeah, I want Khalil to win as well. That ain't true. Plenty of white folks in Puerto Rico that came from Spaniard descent. No, that's not true, because if we take their DNA, it's not going to say 100% Spaniard. I guarantee you, if we take any quote-unquote white person's DNA, it's not going to say 100% Spaniard. And Spaniards aren't white. You know what I'm saying? White people, quote-unquote, are Caucasian from the Caucasus Mountains, right? So that's debunked. See, it was more that I was a white American. So yeah, it's not even you being mixed. It's like they just don't like Americans, specifically white Americans, or anybody who resembles a quote-unquote white American. But that's the thing, brother man, I live here. If you take a black man's DNA and it will say that you are less than 35% black, I mean, they can say whatever they want. You know, I could say my dick is 50 inches, but regardless, if we take the DNA and it says you have African DNA in there, you're not white. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that was created and made up to basically divide people. You know, because for the longest, Italians were looked at as non-white. What's it called? Irish were looked at as non-white. You know what I'm saying? Irish were actually looked at as like really low, like lower than like the lowest. You know what I'm saying? So, and when we talk about like Mexican people, there's all types of people. Like there's different Mexicans who are lighter skinned. There's different Mexicans who are darker skinned. You go to Brazil, everyone in Brazil is mixed. That's one thing about Brazilians. Nobody is black in Brazil or white in Brazil. You're just Brazilian. That's kind of how it is in Africa as well. Like literally, you're just Brazilian. Like, that's it. Because in Brazil, everybody's mixed. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Hill is a former champ, so it depends on what version of Hill we get. Sometimes his body isn't in shape, and sometimes it is. His last fight, in my opinion, he looked like he didn't look his title fit. That's very true. That's a fucking great point. Yeah, his body has really drastically changed over the years. He used to have he never really had a six pack, but in recent years, his body has looked way different. Like he's carrying a lot more fat. So that's kind of weird to me. And I think that's because that must be because he has some injuries where he can't run as much or he can't do as much cardio. And maybe that's where we're seeing the decline come from. But that ankle injury he had is no joke, you know. Let's see. White is a skin color. Nothing made up about that. No, it's not. Because here's the thing. I've never once in my life seen a white person. Never, ever seen a white person. I'm an artist, right? So when we talk about white, this is white. Hold on. This is white, right? Nobody has that skin color. Everyone has a skin color of tan. That's not fucking white. Just like my background is black. You know, look at that. I'm not black. I'm fucking brown, right? So nobody is fucking white or black. That's that dumb shit. But we're kind of forced to talk in this lingo. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. White is a skin color. Nothing made up about that. There are white and black. No, there's not. There's Puerto Ricans who are mixed. That's literally it. You have African people. You have Spaniards. You have mixed people in Puerto Rico. That's it. Like, if you think that there's just white and black, your worldview and your knowledge of the world is pretty limited. Because when we look at the history of Puerto Rico, what Puerto Rico is, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, and even furthermore on that point, everywhere you go in the world, you find brown people. You'll never find a white person. The only reason they even started saying that was because the subtext behind it, like white is pure. There's a mix, of course, like white is pure. That nobody is white. It's not a real thing. Like, you're saying you're white because it makes you feel more superior or something, but you're not white. Because if we do your DNA test, I guarantee it's not going to say you're 100% Caucasian. It's not going to say it. I mean, like, bro, every place you go, there's racism in the blacks. Yeah, you know, it's definitely a fact everywhere you go. But even see that, I know what you're saying, but even that, like, no one is black. That's literally why they call it black in the first place. So you kind of instantly are programmed subconsciously without even realizing it. Because nobody's fucking black. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're either brown, there's like shades of brown. The reason they even say black in the first place is so you can never track where you're from. Because when you go to Africa, it's like, I'm Togolese, I'm Ghanaian, I'm this, I'm that. So that's the thing about the quote unquote black thing. You can't track your lineage, you can't track where you're from. As a Hispanic with tattoos, I deal with a lot of racism as well. Oh yeah, of course. The Hispanics. Look at this fucking clown right here. Look at this clown. Oh yeah, of course. The Hispanics get mad racism, you know. I have a lot of Hispanic friends. Grew up around a lot of Hispanic people. And so you'll know what I'm talking about when a lot of the Hispanics who are brown skin, they get a lot of hate as well. You know, if you have darker skin, but everybody wants a piece of me. I was about to log off, but hey, fuck it. Maybe we'll stay for another hour or two. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Isaac? Like, I'm pretty sure you know about like different Hispanics who are browner skin or darker skin. They get a little bit more hate, right? So I think it's funny when people realize I don't speak Spanish. I'm like, shocker. Yeah. So it's just like, it's an interesting thing, but the idea that someone's just black or white is kind of something that let me kill this dude right quick. I'm gonna get this dude up out of here. Almost. Let me see. As a felon Hispanic with tattoos, I get it. Don't hate racism. I think it's almost in an endearing way. Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean. I know some Hispanics who are darker than black people. Exactly. I know Indians who are darker than quote unquote black people. I know Indians who are actually black. Let me kill this dude and I'm gonna show you what I mean. So where did bro go? Where did Adrian Torres, where'd you go? I'm about to show you something right now. I'm gonna show you an Indian man who's literally actually black, right? So it's like we're talking about colors. It doesn't make any sense, They'll be like, oh, this person, which I'm not calling you out because this is just how people talk, but the reason we say that is specifically because I'm about to die again. See if we get this guy out of here. Like, let me see. Then he would be a black Indian. Well, no, because when you talk about black, when you say black, you're talking about a specific phenotype of person. He's still an Indian. Let me show you what I mean. I gotta get this kill first. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna get this kill and I'm gonna show you what I mean. Like, let's look at my features, right? My features, you could tell I'm a black man. I'm an African man, right? I'm clearly from West Africa. If you look at someone from India, you can clearly tell they're from India, right? Like they're Indian. But an Indian man can have much darker skin than me, like actually black, which I'm gonna show you. So when we talk about black, that just doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? That's my issue with it. You ever seen the movie Malcolm X? And I've actually met some Mexicans who are darker than me, like actual Mexicans. Not like me if I went to Mexico and said I'm now a Mexican. Like, no, like actual Blindian. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if this dude's gonna come back. If he doesn't come back, then I'm gonna pull up the shit. I think he might be lurking on the stream. He might try to pull up when I'm there. He is. I'm gonna kill this dude fast. Damn. Okay, this dude's AHK. Did you guys see that? The fuck? This dude went from AGS to triple eating to Gmaul in less than a tick. This dude's fucking AHK. That's fucking crazy. Since this little bitch wants to AHK, we're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna give him no chance. Let me see. Plenty of Malaysians places different coin the term black. Yeah, I mean, black isn't a thing. I'm gonna show you what I mean in a second. Because you would never call an Indian guy black. You'd be like, no, he's Indian. Even if he's darker than me, you'd be like, no, he's an Indian guy. Like, some people's brain would break. Like, what do you mean he's black? Like, the fuck? Here we go. I'm gonna give this guy zero chance. Shit. Yeah, there's like Indians or Asians. There's Asians who were also super dark. I'm gonna skip this fight since this dude's AHK. See, you get what I mean? It ain't new because it's been lingo since 17th century and further. But it is new though, because that's not what people call themselves until. And actually, no, it wasn't the 17th century. We can go down to history. Matter of fact, we're gonna go down to history. We're gonna go down to history lesson now. You know, I'm a big history guy. Oh, we're cooking this dude up. He's got HKers though, so I'm gonna skip him. He's about the AGS, and I'm gonna skip that guy. Fuck that guy. All right, let's do it. All right, now you got me. Now you got my my interests. Now you got my. All right, let's go. Let me show you. Let me see. Let me see here. There's only white people because okay, well that lady, she's a white people can't say AX. Well, yeah, that's interesting. The real reason Israel. Hold on, easy. Did slavery affect your family? Let me see. All black town living in, because for example, like, no, they used to call it Negro, right? Do you think running 5 miles at a fast pace every day will improve cardio in the cage? Yeah, I used to do that for years, bro. Years I would run, not every day, but every other day I would run 5 miles. Makes a huge difference because running is like really the closest way you get to fighting because you have to kind of fight yourself. So like here, let me ask you this. Let's say I bleach my skin completely white like Michael Jackson. Am I now white? Or am I still black? Right? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, this whole black thing isn't real. Let me see. The fuck. I gotta find the right resource. Let me see. He was the first black president.
The first president was a black man, not George Washington. Before you start crying, shut up and give me 30 seconds to explain. And no, I'm not talking about Obama. His name was John Hanson. He was the first president under the Articles of Confederation, 8 whole years before George ever touched that powdered wig. Hanson was a black man from Maryland, elected by the Continental Congress in 1781. And yes, they called him President of the United States and Congress assembled. But you won't find his face on the money or in your dusty-ass history books.
Nope.
Wonder why? Because they erased him. Just like they erase anything that makes black folks look. The first president was a black man, not George Washington. Before you start crying, shut up.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I had to do my research on that. Let me see. The origin of black people according to, like, this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, all right, let's go to Google. All right, here we go. All right, there you go. He's a black man, right? People trip out. My cardio, I run in sweats. Yeah, cardio is the key. If you're trying to be in a fighter, you need to have good cardio. Do high minute sparring. So yeah, what about this guy right here? He's black, right? I mean, he's pretty dark, no? But you wouldn't consider him you wouldn't call him a black guy, right? Let's find an actual black person. Or let's see. Like, that's not a white guy at all. The guy's fucking, how is he white? You know what I'm saying? He's not white. He's fucking tan. That guy's not white. That guy's not white. So that's debunked. All right, now let me show you an actual super dark person. Like that dude, we could say he's black, but that's not even a real guy. This guy, I don't know if that's a real person either. So the rest of these guys are brown. See. India is huge and definitely has many migrants from Africa over there. India is definitely huge, but there's plenty of people who are black who aren't migrants from Africa. Like, that's also debunked. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you go in the world, why do you think they call them indigenous people? Literally every single place you go in the world, the first people you see are brown people. And they call them indigenous people, right? So you don't have to be from Africa to be black, right? Like Australia. Let me pull up Australia. My homie was black of Nez Pierce. So yeah, if you think that black people only come from Africa, in for a rude awakening. Like, you ever see the first person from the first man, the DNA of the first man from London? Clearly a black guy, or a quote unquote indigenous person, right? So that's my thing with like the whole black thing. One, two, three. Because typically when people say you're like, they think of black, they're talking about like American, African American, which is an issue because there's a wide spectrum of people all over the world, and that makes people think that there's like kind of erases, like, for example, like this is the best way to put it. Like, if you go to Africa, right, you have pygmy people, you have Congolese people. Pygmy people are very small people. You have the Maasai, who are super tall people. Their genetics are completely different. So they're not the same thing. Not even close to the same thing. Here we go. I'm gonna try to kill this dude. This is an easy fight. Should be an easy fight. Almost got him out of there. Got him. Got him. You gotta laugh with him as well. So see what I'm saying? Like, the redemption prayer, highly underrated. See, I wouldn't use different African countries as an example. Their borders relatively new, so Sudanese calling. That's not true at all. You're completely off on that. These countries' borders are not fucking new. Like, that's debunked. That's crazy talk. You have 54 countries in Africa, I believe. You're trying to say every single country in Africa's border is new? Like, these countries are fucking new? They're not new. Like, a lot of, for example, where I'm from, Togo, and the Ghanaian people, they're right next to each other. Togo and Ghana have been countries for a very long time. Now, just like any other place in the world, places can get acquired and things can change. Like right now, Israel, Palestine, Israel can take Palestine, and now Palestine can be part of Israel, but that happens every single day all over the world. Everywhere in the world has war. So, but that's not true at all to say that, oh, all these places are relatively new. It's not fucking true. Africa has all the oldest shit in the world comes from Africa. So the idea that most people don't even know much about African history, or most people can't even tell you much about not one African country's history. And that's just a fact. So, like, as an African person, like, I can tell you you're completely off on that one. You know, let me see. Ever seen a ginger Asian? Yeah, exactly. Zing zing. There's a theory dark people are descendants of Abel because of the creator in the Bible. Yeah, there's all types of theories. You know, there's some theories who believe black people were cursed because of the curse of I think Ham or something like that in the Bible, and that's why you see black people, getting their ass beat and all this shit all the time. There's a lot of theories out there. Adrian Torres, it's a Mexican name, no? I've never seen an Asian guy with curly hair. Yes, Africa is old, but a lot of bars are news. No, I'm not talking. Africa is a fucking continent. I'm talking specifically about countries in Africa, right? So Togo, for example, has been around for a very long time. Ghana has been around for a very, very long time. There's too many countries in Africa for me to know. I got to lock in for this fight. There's too many countries in Africa for me to know the history of every country, which most people don't know the history of most countries in Africa. But I'm just saying, a lot of these countries' borders, they might have newer borders, but some of them, but not all of them, because not all these countries are having wars and shit. For example, Ethiopia is a perfect example. Ethiopia is a place that's never, ever been able to be conquered, or they actually fought the British and they destroyed the British. You see, yeah, those are countries in Africa that were made, and that's not true at all. It's just not true. Because what you're implying is you're trying to imply that, oh, there were a bunch of African people and they didn't know how to make countries. That's what you're trying to imply, and it's just false because you're literally just making shit up. You couldn't tell me the history of Togo. Now, if you talk about for example, with Togo, there was Ghana and Togo, and that sometimes the names change. Because as time goes on, as with everything, empires change. People. Oh, I'm about to die fucking with you, Adrian. But yeah, so same as with anything, as time goes on, things change, people acquire power. For example, it was called what's it called? Gaza before it's called Palestine, right? Shit like that. Let me see. Those are countries in that's kind of like saying what you're saying right now is like saying, oh, all the countries in Russia are new because it used to be a Soviet Union. That's like basically what you're saying. Yeah, that's just not true at all. You're literally just making shit up at this point. We need sources. You're I'm assuming you're American, and that's like what I'm saying, fuck. What do you mean fake sources? Yeah, you're trolling at this point. I'm about to die. Shit. I must switch up my style. Isaac is trolling. So you're basically saying that Russia is a brand new place because the Soviet Union used to be the Soviet Union and Russia wasn't a thing until then. That's like essentially the same thing you're saying right now. Are you rage baiting? You're trolling. Yeah, and that's a valid point. That's literally what you're saying. What's the difference? There's no difference of what you're saying right there. You're claiming that everywhere in Africa basically has the same story, which isn't true. And you're claiming that basically hold up. Got locked in. I gotta get this guy up out of here. And you're basically saying, but now when I bring up the Soviet Union and Russia, essentially an exact direct correlation of what I'm saying when it comes to the fact that everywhere you go in the world, shit changes. It never stays the same. Like, but now you're saying I'm rage baiting. Oh, let me kill this guy real quick. Like you're saying that, oh, the Spaniards came in and they conquered Africa. That never happened. Like, Africa is a massive place. If Spanish or French people came in and conquered, well, they conquered no place in Africa, actually. Only place you could say that they quote unquote conquered would be South Africa. But if that's what you're trying to say, then that makes zero sense. And a lot of these countries, you're talking about having new borders. Yeah, some of them have new borders because of civil wars, regime changes, shit like that. But not all 54 countries in Africa have the same story. Shit, not hidden. Let me see. Let's see. I'm saying that you cannot compare genotypes of different African countries because they're borders. But no, you can, because, and I'm going to pull up sources for you right now, because here's the thing. Hold on, I'm going to stop fighting this dude. I'm going to show you right now. Because I'm about to die because I'm getting fucked up right now. Oh, there we go. The redemption prayer saved me again. All right, now I'm about to show you. All right, watch this. Let's go back to Google. Boom, right? Now watch this. All right, watch. Now we're going to go find multiple articles. Africa is the most genetically diverse place on Earth. Yes, Africa is widely recognized as the most genetically diverse place on Earth. This is because modern humans originated from Africa, and the populations outside of Africa are descendants from groups that migrated outside of blah, 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 outside of Africa, blah, blah, blah. Here's why. So, and there's multiple studies on this. So when I'm talking about different genetics in Africa, I'm saying if someone from Togo who's Togolese is completely different genetically from someone from Ethiopia. And now if we look up a picture, I'm not proving your point, I'm proving my point. So if we pull up a picture of someone from Togo, Togolese man, right? Boom. This is what someone from Togo looks like. I mean, that might not be. I'm looking for 100% genetic Togo guy. This guy looks like an actual Togolese man. All right, boom. Now someone from Ethiopia. An Ethiopian looks completely different than someone from Togo. And now we can go a step further. Let's go to the Maasai. The Maasai tribe. These people are fucking 7 foot tall. These people are literally 7 foot tall, and they look way different than other African people. Right now, we go to the pygmy people. Oh, now we go to pygmy people. These guys are literally like super short, super duper short people who look completely different. So the genetics, that's why I'm saying when you talk about black or whatever, it's not a thing because the genetics are completely different. So you could even say that someone who's Togolese and someone who's a pygmy are literally two different, like if you want to talk about racism or races, like the same way people say, oh, you're a different race, you're black. Nah, someone who's from Togo is completely different from someone who's a pygmy person or someone who's Ethiopian. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we talk about the color and you try to bunch everybody into one thing, it just doesn't make sense. It's not a real thing. That's more of an American thing. Genetics determine your appearance, skin, eye color, hair color, everything about you. Exactly. It's like saying Spanish and Italians are the same. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So when we talk about like, oh, someone's black or someone's this, it's kind of a weak way, kind of almost in a way, a lazy way to kind of say it. But then again, we all kind of do it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just how we're programmed since we were fucking kids. Yo, dead serious. I've been a white man, then out, brown, dark Mexican. Yeah, exactly. You know, and you're Puerto Rican. You can never say a Puerto Rican is a Mexican. They're gonna crash out. They're literally gonna crash out. If you say, hey, you're Puerto Rican, you're Mexican, right? It's the same thing. You can be white this or black that or brown that. People say Puerto Ricans are Mexicans. Yeah, I know, like, you know, the Mexicans and stuff. I know if you go to, or specifically the Puerto Ricans, I know if you go to a Puerto Rican person and say that they're Mexican, they're gonna crash out. Completely different types of people. But yeah, so basically, let me see. Like, I don't understand how hard it is to understand. You can be a white Mexican. They call them fiestas. No, of course, you could be a white person, quote unquote, and be from no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Same way you can be a black person and be a Spaniard. Oh, wait, you can't say that. Oh, see, watch. This is where Adrian crashes out. You can be a black person and be a Spaniard. No, you it's like two different things. Nah, bro. We can talk about the Moors. Didn't the Moors conquer Spain and they were kings for a long time? And let's look at that. Hold on. Let me switch the screen again. Didn't the Moors conquer Spain? Pretty sure they did. Let's see. Yes, the Moors, primarily known as North African Arabs, Berbers, conquered and ruled Spain until 1780. So yeah, bro, you can be a black Spaniard, bro. Like, what are we even talking about here? You even know about the Moors? Like, we can go all day. That's why I say, when I say like no one is white or no one is black, because you know we can go into the DNA. Let me see. You can be a black Spaniard. Oh, okay. Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Haitians all crash out about. Exactly. If you call a Haitian person African, they're gonna crash out. I feel you, brother. I feel you. All right, we're gonna get one more kill. Now I'm gonna zone in and get this kill. I'm gonna go back to using the Dragon Mace. The Moors conquered Italy and Spain. Yeah, see, Damon knows. That's why Sicilians are a different type of Italian. That's why people are a little bit more racist towards Sicilians. And that's why Sicilian women have like fatter asses and stuff like that. Am I wrong? Am I telling a lie? You know, Sicilian women have fat asses because of the Moors. But if you look at a Sicilian, you'd be like, oh, well, you're white. Are they though? And that's why it's kind of a weird thing, because nobody's DNA is one thing at this stage of the game. Guy happens. Sir, do you eat rocks? Yes, actually I do. Yes. How did you know I ate rocks? Stone soup. It's a delicacy. Well, what do you expect? I'm a savage African, you know, like, of course I eat rocks. Come on, dog. You know that. Let's go. Shit. Let's get this guy up out of here. That was a big hit. All right, he's about to use a spec. Boom, boom, 70. Wrecked him. He's about to spec right now. I love this axe, by the way. It's a good weapon, but it's like sometimes it just doesn't hit. Which, for how much it costs, it should do more damage. Or it should always hit for how much it costs. I like the animation. How old is this game? This game is old, bro. This game has to be like, shit, man. I don't even know how old it is at this stage. This game is like damn near 30 years old. And it still hits. But they constantly update the game, so they make the game better all the time. Or are you black? No, I'm the fucking zigzag man. Hi, nigga. Neil, nigga. See what I'm saying? It's like being black is like a superpower, actually, because you get weirdos like this who are like, they just like jerk off at the fact you're black. It's very strange. It's like, whoa, he's black. Whoa. Yes, I'm fucking black, my guy. Yes, my cock is bigger than yours. Yes. Yes, I have higher testosterone levels than you. Need I go on? Need I go more? What else you want to know? Yes, the BBC, yes, it's a real thing. Yes, I know. Now he's gonna ask if he can see it and all this weird shit. You know, a lot of weirdos. He's a weirdo in the chat. You got a weirdo in the chat. You got a freak in the chat. When the game is older than you, can you drink Atlantic Ocean? I don't know what the fuck that means. Gee. Oh shit, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh fuck, I fucked up. I brought too many things. I'm risking too much money. All right, let me get out of here. I'm risking way too much money. See, defund BBC. That's hilarious. I agree. The BBC is corrupt. Like, remember when they were like making hit pieces on Andrew Tate, and then like turns out one of the guys who was like one of the main guys that worked there was a weirdo or some shit, doing all types of weird shit. That was scary right there for a second. I'm risking quite a bit right here. Let me get out of here. Drinking Atlantic Ocean gives you diarrhea. You stream on Twitch? Nah. Should I start doing Twitch? I'll probably start doing Twitch. I'll probably do them simultaneously, Twitch and Kick. Yeah, I'll probably do them both. Yeah, I hate YouTube's new stream. Let's see here. Let me use Fury. All right, watch this. I'm gonna get this kill right now. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna probably start doing Kick in Twitch. Let me see. I hate YouTube streams. Can't even drop the key KEW. I don't know what that means. But yeah, no, I'm all about free speech. So, you know, like, you're not gonna hurt my feelings saying some crazy shit. You know, say, you know, we talked about it earlier. Say whatever the fuck you want. I'm all about free speech. Free speech, absolutist. You know, I think we need to get back to that. You're never gonna hurt my feelings saying some racist shit. I'm dead. Oh. For sure. I might die on this one, guys. Got a safe. I just don't like Elon silencing people. Just don't be like Elon and start silencing people. What do you mean? I thought Elon was he brought, what's it called, free speech back to Twitter, right? What did Elon do? I mean, the last I heard about Elon, he was crashing out. You're gonna smite your smoke. No. See, I'm a pro, brother. Everybody in the chat knows, like, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't kill me, bro. You can't kill. I'm unstoppable. Don't do what I do. You know, I'm a pro with the redemption prayer. I'm not gonna get smited. You hit me with redemption, I'm gonna triple eat. If my redemption activates, I'm gonna triple eat back to full health, like, very quickly. You know, almost deadish. I was nowhere near dying, bro. What do you mean? I was literally nowhere near dying. And even if I do die with the redemption on, I'm still not gonna get smited. Like, I'm a pro with the redemption prayer. I'm gonna keep redemption on, actually. So earlier I told you guys, like, I was gonna show you how to PK with redemption on, so you, like, basically damn near never die. So that's why I got it on right now. Like, hitting smites is cool, but safe up. Oh yeah, I safe like crazy. I'm gonna safe in pro. Of course I'm gonna safe. It's 2015. If you don't safe on this game in 2015, you're gonna get KO'd. 1000%. Damn, that was trash. Yeah, I safe. Right there, boom, 108. See what I'm saying? Shit. See, these fights are so fucking annoying. He's trying to set me up right now. I'm gonna switch back to claws, and then I can look at the chat. I'm not gonna get KO'd though. Chance of me get KO'd there. But everyone saves as much as you do, and no one would die. Yeah. So why shouldn't I save? What would be the upside to me not safing? Give me one good reason why I should not save. And then I won't save. Give me one good reason why. Safing, if you ask me, is smart. You know, if they're not good enough to kill me while I'm safing, then they're just not good enough. You know, I keep my health at 110 HP. Can't KO me if I'm at 110, kid. Let's go. I still got cards. All right, here is this part where he's gonna try spec. Here it comes. Safe. Don't eat. Boom, boom. See? Let me try to fight him one more time. I'm gonna bring out the Noxus. I'm gonna finish this dude. Bring out the Noxus and put the claws away. Boom, boom. Here we go. Got to re-gear. Hit that like button. Oh shit, I still got my claws on me. Oh, he skipped. What a little bitch. He skipped. Appreciate you guys. Much love. Been on for damn near 6 hours. Appreciate it. I'll be back soon. Peace. Had a great time talking to you guys.